Hi everyone. So before we delve into this monster of a story, I have a few things I'd like to mention. I wanted to give my gratitude to Skiller189X, the author of the story. He was a major help in the final product for this video by letting me know if there were multiple lines or mispronunciations or just the wrong word usage altogether. I didn't ask him to do this, he just did so out of the kindness of his heart. So from one perfectionist to another, thank you, Skiller. Speaking of, Skiller is also a full-fledged Patreon on this channel. I got a few messages and emails saying people weren't aware I even had a Patreon, and I do. For $1 a month, you get early access to all my narrations, as well as story teasers, thumbnail artwork, and whatever else I feel like posting. The same goes for all my YouTube channel members. Thank you all for everything. Your support helps this channel more than you realize. Also, if you haven't already, feel free to check out my podcast, the V22 Podcast. All of my works drop at the same time as my YouTube videos, so a moment of bone-chilling content won't be missed. I know the videos I post aren't the most visually stimulating, and I think having my works in this podcast format is the place these narrations can thrive. And finally, on to the disclaimer for this story. This story contains extreme profanity, sexual themes, and some more surprises down the road. So you may want to have the kids sit out for this one. This has been Vidith22. Thank you for your patience. Now, on to the video. Diary entry number 1. Past is prologue. Los Angeles, California is known by many monikers. The City of Angels, City of Flowers and Sunshine, Big Orange, and Hollywood's Tinseltown. The city of hot weather, hot cars, and hot girls. The city of dreams, where hometown girls like Marilyn Monroe can be discovered and made into Hollywood stars. The city of opportunity, where immigrants of all cultures can settle and begin new lives living the American dream. And the city of high fashion, Rodeo Drive boutiques, and all the beautiful people. Who would not want to live in such an oasis of wealth and glamour, and where fun in the sun is not just an expression, but a way of life? The truth is, however, that there is a dark side to Los Angeles. No, it's not about the over 66,000 homeless that litter the city's streets and parks, or the more than 350 murders that took place in the city last year, or the looming threats of the big one, a devastating earthquake that every resident knows is surely inevitable, but is better kept in the back of their minds in a perpetual state of denial. Rather, it is a subculture of perversion and depravity, existing as the seedy underbelly of the city. This sordid face of the city emerges when the sun goes down and the well-tanned bikini-clad surfer girls of Malibu Beach go home and are replaced by dead-end girls in high heels and halter tops who begin their nocturnal strolls. And when those of other proclivities go in search for the baby-faced boys who have stalked out their own claim along Santa Monica Boulevard. The nights where the young girl, a runaway from her meager trailer park existence in some backwater small town, eagerly gets off the arriving Greyhound bus, ready for fame and stardom, only to find an unwelcome audition on a love-stained casting couch. The nights where the pretty co-ed from USC leaves the nightclub with the most charming and handsome guy she ever met, not aware of the fillet knife in the small of his back, or the roll of duct tape in his car. The nights when the cheap call girl, desperate for her heroin fix, arrives at the infamous Cecil Hotel to render her services to the middle-aged, pot-bellied husband cheating on his wife. As Jim Morrison crooned in his album, L.A. Woman, are you a lucky little angel in the city of light, or just another lost angel in the city of night? The night when the addicts look to score, the Johns seek their own fix, and the predators and psychopaths roam the night for their human prey. The city's history is replete with examples of human monsters at work. The Black Dahlia, whose mutilated and bisected corpse and unsolved case still haunts the collective memories of the LAPD 75 years later. The Lonely Hearts Killer, the Scoreboard Killer, The trash bag killer, the freeway killer, the Skid Row slasher, the hillside stranglers, and the Night Stalker. All names synonymous with pure evil. And yet, I can attest that the city's nights hide even worse things. Much worse. Worse than you can possibly imagine. Over the course of a 3-day nightmare, when I was just 20 years old, I learned this in the most unexpected way. It was when I met the ultimate evil face to face, and the encounter changed the course of my life forever. It was October 31st, 1981, a few minutes after midnight. The moon was full and the night air was hot and foreboding. I gave a quiet curse. The Santa Ana winds were blowing strong tonight. The hot, dry winds were infamous for being the precursors to wildfires. They would come down through the mountain passes like the devil's hot breath. They would fuck up people's sinuses, exacerbate allergies, and promote migraines. We Los Angelinos also call them the devil winds, because when they blew, there was an increase in irritability, suicides, and crime. Scientifically, the winds contain an excess of positive ions, promoting an electrical charge that can cause horses' tails to stand out like thick brushes. Whatever the case, people became edgy, a little more tense, a little more irritable. The baby frets, the boss is less understanding, the teacher has less patience, the boyfriend is more jealous. The mild-mannered housewife puts the carving knife to her husband's neck. The disgruntled clerk decides to blow out the brains of a few of his co-workers. We Angelinos know this was the time that bad things happened. I had just left my place of work, a small gambling casino called the Passage Club, located on a hilltop along the Santa Susana Pass, and was heading down the pass towards Simi Valley. I always hated driving the twists and turns of the isolated and dimly lit canyon road late at night. The thought of passing by the burnt-out ruins of the old Spawn movie ranch, where the Manson family had called home only a little more than a decade before, always gave me the willies, especially since it had only been 3 years previously that they had finally found Donald Shorty Shea's bones a-mouldering in the ground of the now deserted property. I shivered. God only knows how many of Manson's victims were still buried around there and undiscovered, I thought. To add fuel to the fire, the area was replete with accounts, some true, some maybe urban legends, of horrifying and strange incidents that took place in the desolate canyon over the decades. One such story was that of a local taxi driver, whose decapitated body was found in his taxi late one night, abandoned along the side of the nearby Box Canyon Road. When I heard that one, I couldn't help but conjure up the image of that taxi, with the hapless driver in the front seat, his torso sitting erratic and hands on the wheel, but with just a stump of a neck where his head used to be. The most frightening aspect, however, was that supposedly the crime had never been solved, and that would mean the killer was never caught. I knew it was childish, but in the back of my mind I always had a bit of dread that on a particularly dark and moonless night, I could come out of one of those hairpin turns along the pass and come across a hitchhiker, arm out and thumb in the air, standing there, where no harmless individual had a right to be. To lighten up my mood, I decided to turn on the radio. To my disgust, the station was playing Shake Your Booty by KC and the Sunshine Band. Christ, I muttered. First the English invasion fucked up American early rock and roll, now we have this disco shit. Thank God disco was on its way out, I thought. Although I was 20, I was not a fan of the disco craze that had dominated much of the airwaves during the 70s. I was a die-hard, fully-fledged rock and roller. In case you hadn't figured it out from my intro, I was really heavily into the Doors. Yeah, those hometown boys from right here in Los Angeles. Although Jim Morrison had been dead for a decade, his popularity had never waned. Indeed, I felt a kindred spirit to the Lizard King who, like me, attended the UCLA Film School. It's not so well understood that Jim was first and foremost an artist and a poet. Who would have thought that a poetical recital on a beach in 1965 between Jim and a fellow UCLA classmate, Ray Manzarek, would lead to the formation of one of the most dark, raunchy, and influential bands in the history of popular music. In his tribute, several of my classmates and I would get together periodically to smoke a few joints while listening to Jim's Oedipus epic, The End. In my opinion, the only way to really appreciate the enigmatic lyrics of that song is when you're stoned out of your mind. In about 10 minutes, I descended from the canyon pass onto the better-lit roads of Simi Valley. The plan was to link up with my friends at a nearby housing construction site. This was our customary thing to do after we all finished our late-night swing shifts. We would meet up at one of the half-finished homes to drink, smoke, and have a musical jam session. The construction sites didn't seem to ever have a security guard, which allowed us free access, so it was a convenient place to party, even if it didn't have all the amenities. After a few more turns, I arrived at the site, which was a subdivision of close to 100 homes under development. It was amazing to me how quickly Simi Valley was growing. I grew up in North Hollywood in the San Fernando Valley, which was one valley over. A lot of history there, but it was stagnant, with very little room left to grow. Simi Valley, on the other hand, seemed younger, more vibrant, and contemporary. And with more of those subdivisions under development, it was obviously the housing market was doing well. I made my way to the house where we agreed to meet. It looked nearly completed, except for the missing glass in the windows and no doors. I had no sooner pulled into the as-yet unpaved driveway when I was met by Michael, my oldest and closest friend. After climbing out of the car, Mike gave me a big bear hug. We'd been running buddies since the first grade and had all shared experiences from our childhood and adolescence. Neither of us had any siblings, and so we had the same bond as natural brothers. We were so inseparable and always seen together that our school friends had nicknamed us Frick and Frack in jest. I was Frick, and Mike was identified as Frack. If one of us got into trouble, the other was usually not far away. As much time as I had spent over at Mike's house while growing up, his parents were like a second set of parents to me, and mine to Mike. He was older than me, however, by about 10 months, and he was taller, broader, and heavier, having been the captain of our high school football team. In that sense, he was like an older brother to me. Mike attended class at nearby Cal State Northridge, but unlike me, he had received no college scholarship, and as a result had to get a near full-time gig working at a Blockbuster video store in Simi Valley. Of late, he sported a wide-collar open-necked shirt, which showed off a mix of gold neck chains and wore his dark hair in the style of John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever, all of which he knew irked me to no end. With his sparky blue eyes and ruggedly handsome features, he always seemed to have a revolving door of girlfriends.
"Jack," Mike exclaimed. "It's about time you got here. Everyone's been waiting. You're holding up all our creative energies."
"Hey, bro," I lamented. "I work up in the canyon, remember? And I can't leave until the last player leaves. I'm the valet. And besides, you guys live right here in the valley. Of course you'd make it here first." Mike gave me his customary smirk and said, Yeah, cry me a river, man. Come on, I got a cold beer with your name on it." I smiled and reached into the back seat, grabbed my guitar case, and followed Mike inside. We walked into the house, using flashlights since the house still did not have electricity connected. I noticed that the concrete flooring had still not been finished and was littered with used glue canisters and paint cans. After passing through the main entrance, we entered into what appeared to be the future family room, as it has an unfinished fireplace and sets of large bay windows. The room had already been set up with some candles that radiated a welcoming light. I immediately saw my next closest friend, Steve, who was sitting on top of some discarded spackle containers. He already had his guitar out and was beginning his tuning. Steve looked up, showed his famous gap-toothed grin, and yelled,
"Hey everyone, the director's arrived."
an obvious dig at my recent acceptance into UCLA Film School.
No red carpet in this dive, bro. Grab a beer and let's get this party started.
Mike and I first met Steve while still in grade school. With his long blonde hair, lean athletic body with dark golden tan, Steve was the pure perfectionist of a Southern California surfer boy. His parents, it turned out, were part of the 1960s surfer culture and practically raised Steve on the beaches of Laguna and Malibu to the tunes of Jan and Dean and the Beach Boys. Supposedly, Steve's parents were extras in those famous 1960s beach movies like Muscle Beach Party, Bikini Beach, and Beach Blanket Bingo. Steve liked to claim that, as a young kid, he was also in one of those movies, but Mike and I were never able to prove or disprove that assertion. Steve's laid-back demeanor often fooled those who first met him, and yes, he had more than his fair share of days ditching high school classes to get to the beach. But in actuality, Steve was well-read, with a love of politics and history, and I seldom saw him without a book in his hand when he wasn't riding the waves. Sitting across the room was the fourth wheel of our brotherhood, Dale, accompanied by his girlfriend, Kate. Dale had joined our circle a bit late, arriving at our high school in Chatsworth after transferring in from somewhere back east. In many ways, Dale was the direct antithesis to Steve's carefree, live-for-the-moment lifestyle. Unlike the rest of our families, Dale's family was blue-collar, and as a result, while growing up, he had to learn creative and innovative ways to make money. He started out with the usual teen jobs like mowing and delivering papers, but soon things like washing cars turned into a lucrative automotive detailing sideline. Next came a business helping to expand the advertising of local merchants. Then there was his very successful errand-running business catering to the movie moguls in Hollywood. By the time we graduated from high school, Dale was a self-made entrepreneur. So far, he elected not to go to college, but seems to be content in developing his various business schemes. Mike, Steve, and I really didn't know everything Dale had his finger into, but it seemed to be paying off. Since it was usually Dale that brought the very fine Sinsemilla weeds to our jam sessions, I didn't ask too many questions. If there was ever a poster child for the stereotypical spoiled and entitled Valley Girl, it was Kate. First off, she was legit born and raised in the San Fernando Valley. Not that all girls from the valley are airheads, but from my dating experience, many were. And sadly, Kate exemplified all the ditziness one would expect. She was only focused on her social status and physical appearance. Her Farrah Fawcett-style feathered blonde mane was always impeccably blown back. She would only shop at the best fashion boutiques on Melrose Avenue. She had a greater interest in conspicuous consumption than any intellectual or personal accomplishment. Mike and Steve couldn't understand why Dale kept her around, especially since she obviously used Dale for his money, and probably the weed, too. I figured it had to be the sex, whenever she managed to take those wayfarers off, anyway. She already looked uncomfortable sitting on some of the discarded construction cartons. Doubtless she was afraid her Calvin Klein jeans were going to get dirty. After giving Dale and Kate a wave, I leaned down to take out a beer from the cooler that each person took turns in bringing to these get-togethers. I was pleased to see they had stocked it with my favorite, Henry Weinhard's Private Reserve. I took a long pull. Then, in what would change the course of all of our lives forever, I heard Mike say,
"Jack, I'd like to introduce you to my new friend, Alexandria."
To this day, I often think of how lives and destinies can change in a microsecond. One second you are leading a happy and normal life, but when fate intercedes, it may forever lead to torment, regret, and despair. When I reached for that cold beer, I was a happy college student, surrounded by friends, a bright future ahead, and with no cares in the world. When I looked up, with a very chilled Henry's in hand, my world would never be the same. It's going to be hard to describe what happens next. I think every man has, at least once in his life, seen a woman that is so wantonly beautiful, so sexy, that she literally takes his breath away. I've had this happen later in my life, when meeting other women, but in this instance it was much different, and much more intense. Strangely, it was not because Alexandria was in any sense model material. She was very pretty, but not beautiful, perhaps even a little bit masculine. Her mesomorph body clearly showed off her toned muscles. Her brunette hair was worn in a short shag, and her dark brown eyes were set in a lean and somewhat hawkish face. With a tomboy demeanor accented by her black t-shirt and blue jeans, she could have been the twin sister of one of my favorite rock idols, Joan Jett, the sexy, bad reputation girl. As I locked eyes with Alexandria, she smiled, and I was suddenly jolted with wave after wave of some hot, sensual energy. It was like she radiated some pure eroticism that gripped me like a vice. Almost instantly, I was completely hard. A feeling of power and virility flooded my entire body. My head swam with dark thoughts of forbidden and perverted activities that I never thought I was capable of. I wanted to have her in any way possible. I couldn't believe it. I was suddenly standing there, meeting a person that was obviously my best friend's new girlfriend, and I was hard as a rock. What the fuck was happening? I surely stared for a bit too long without offering any form of greeting, as Mike gave me a quizzical look and said,
"Hey man, y'all here tonight? Did you do a bit of weed at the club?"
Mike knew I sometimes took a few hits with the casino's kitchen crew. The dishwashers were all potheads. I stammered out some sort of denial, and as I averted my eyes from Alexandria's, I managed to get out a "glad to meet you." I was too embarrassed and ashamed to even look at Mike. He laughed and turned to Alexandria and said,
"Babe, this is my friend Jack that I told you about. He's a bit of a nerd, but he's the smartest guy I know."
I finally got my wits about me and extended my hand to Alexandria. She grasped my hand firmly and said in a seductive voice, "Oh yes, Jack. I've heard so much about you. I'm happy to meet you at last." Her hand was cold, like she had been holding one of the iced bottles of beer too long. Odd, I thought, considering how hot she was making me. I desperately hoped Mike couldn't see the bulge in my pants, and I was both shocked and embarrassed at myself. Alexandria, for her part, simply smiled. Did she know the effect that she caused with her gaze? Mike seemed normal, and Steve and Dale never seemed to give Alexandria a second glance. So what the fuck was happening? Still a bit befuddled, I took a seat across from Mike and Steve, flanked by Dale, so that we more or less formed a circle. We had been jamming like this for a few years now. My dad had been a guitarist in a rock and roll band in the 1950s, and I was raised with a love for rock music, especially when played by a mean axe. My dad's slang for an electric guitar. When Mike, Steve, and I were just kids, my dad gave us all lessons a couple days a week after school. Mike and Steve dived into it full force, and frankly, I think they were much better players than I. Mike could really shred a piece, and Steve was the master of riffs and licks. Dale had taken his own lessons as a kid. He wasn't bad either. During our jams, Mike and Steve usually took turns playing lead guitar and vocals, and Dale and I accompanied with the rhythm. Our sessions always kicked off with a toast to my dad, who, after having the kindness and generosity to give those guitar lessons to his son and all his rowdy friends, died 3 years previous in a random car pile-up on the 101 freeway. His tragic death left my mother to take care of my younger sister and I, but with Mike and Dale at my side, I got through the tough times okay.
"Hey, Earth to Jack,"
I heard Mike say.
"You with us?"
I had zoned out, still rattled by Alexandria. I looked up and saw that Mike, Steve, and Dale had tuned up their guitars and were ready. I slugged back the Henrys, desperately needing something stronger.
As if reading my mind, Steve passed over a bottle of peppermint schnapps, which he knew was my favorite with a beer chaser. I casually glanced back over to Alexandria, but she seems to have eyes only for Mike now. My hard-on had finally dissipated, either from the effects of the alcohol or because Alexandria's eyes were no longer drilling into mine. I wasn't sure, but I was very grateful. After I had tuned up and everyone joined in for the toast to my dad, we were ready to rock. For the next 3 hours or so, things went pretty uneventful. We all enjoyed the songs, the booze, and the joints that were passed around rather liberally. With the Santa Anas picking up speed outside, we could hear the lonesome howl of the winds as they cascaded through the construction site. Mike, Steve, and Dale traded places improvising guitar solos as we all were vamping on tunes, songs, and chord progressions. Mike and Steve took turns with lead vocals and was joined by Kate, who had a beautiful melodic voice, something I always thought incongruent with her sometimes selfish demeanor. Laughing and in high spirits, we all ended up singing to Creedence, the Rolling Stones, and, you got it, the Doors. Eventually, I fell into a good high and mellowed out. As the night wore on, all seemed normal again in the world. During the break in sets, Mike relayed to the group how he had met Alexandria. He'd only met her a few days previously. They had bumped into each other at a nightclub in Woodland Hills, and, as Mike put it, the chemistry was great between us. I didn't doubt it. However, it surprised me to learn that she had already moved into his apartment. Apparently, she had just moved to LA and had no friends or family in the area. In the back of my mind, I began to wonder why things had moved so fast. Mike liked his freedom of movement, and I hadn't known him to ever have a live-in girlfriend. For her part, Alexandria seemed very clingy on Mike, never leaving his side through the night. In fact, while I didn't have any rules against public displays of affection, I couldn't help but notice Alexandria seemed overly demonstrative, rubbing her hand along Mike's back and occasionally his inner thighs. I half expected her to start rubbing Mike's crotch. In between that, she would steal a kiss from him during the breaks in sets. From time to time, I could see Kate giving Alexandria a withering glance. Knowing Kate, she probably looked down at Alexandria's antics as cheap and uncultured. Mike, for his part, didn't seem to mind at all. A little after 3 in the morning, it was time to break things up. Both Mike and I needed to get some sleep before going to afternoon classes, and Steve and Mike needed to do their thing. Reluctantly, we called it a night. We packed our things up and cleaned up the room a bit to remove the traces of our presence from the construction crew. We all started heading out of the house, but as we did so, we passed by a shiny steel cabinet with a padlock, obviously a tool chest of some sort, used by the building crew. In the glare of the flashlight, I could make out the reflection of our group as we passed by. Just as Steve stopped at the front door, taking a look outside to make sure no one was around, I glanced closer at the reflection. Then, I saw it. Or didn't see it, depending on your point of view. Although Alexandria was standing directly in front of me and behind Mike in line, in the reflection, she did not appear. It was only a brief moment in passing, as the group quickly passed by the cabinet and everyone headed outside. For the second time that night, I doubted my perceptions. I knew I had a good buzz going on, but I had never seen something that wasn't there. Or, more frightening, not seen something that was. Outside, as everyone started to agree that we'd all link up again on the weekend, I clumsily grabbed Mike and sputtered. "Mike, you gotta, Alexandria, she wasn't there. I couldn't see her." I must have sounded like a lunatic. Everyone turned to look as I continued to rant. Everyone had a confused look on their face, but when I looked at Alexandria, who was standing behind Mike, she just smiled. But not a smile of bemusement. Oh no. It seemed more like a smile of knowing. I eventually stopped babbling, realizing what I thought I saw made no sense, not even to myself. And as a result, my friends were just growing more frightened at my behavior. Mike looked into my face, concerned, and said, "Bro, are you okay? Did you have something other than the weed?" I shakily replied, "Yeah, guys, I'm fine. Just pretty tired after working all day. I didn't mean to wig out." To that, Steve asked,
"Hey, dude, you gonna be okay driving back home?"
I assured everyone that I would, with Alexandria continuing to stand there with that strange smile. I just wanted to get the fuck out of her presence as soon as I could. Mike finally let go and said, "Okay, bro, but call me tomorrow after class, okay?" I told him I would, and then hurriedly got in the car and pulled out of the driveway. As I was starting to head down the street, I took one last glance out the side window, and what I saw chilled me to the bone. Alexandria was still smiling, and she gave me a wave. There was no way in hell I was going to drive home using my usual route, going back along the dark and deserted Santa Susana Pass. I was too spooked, and was still on autopilot as I jumped on the 118 freeway towards the San Fernando Valley. Any buzz that I had was gone. I felt stone cold sober. The more I thought about it, I knew I hadn't imagined things. First, that strange jolt of animalistic sexual arousal after first seeing Alexandria, and then not seeing her reflection. The latter worried me the most. I grew up in North Hollywood, around the motion picture industry. I knew what that meant in about every horror movie ever made. But it couldn't be. Was Alexandria a fucking vampire? No, that was completely insane. It took me about 45 minutes to get home. Arriving a bit after 4 in the morning, I walked up the steps of my small economy apartment just off of Victory Boulevard and put my key in the lock. The inside of the apartment was dark. I didn't turn on any lights as I felt my way to my bedroom. Then, from the darkened corner, I heard a sultry voice purr.
"Oh, hi babe, you're here."
I let out a small scream, and for an instant I had a visage of Alexandria curled in my bed, still with that hideous smile, this time displaying an open mouth full of long, sharp teeth, reaching towards me with bony, clawed hands. Then the lights snapped on, revealing not a monstrous vampire, but a rather startled, albeit slim and pretty girl. Her full breasts and muscular legs were visible through her rather revealing nightgown. It was Bethany, my girlfriend. God, I'd forgotten I'd given her a key to the apartment a few days ago.
"Oh my God, Jack,
Bethany exclaimed.
are you okay? I'm sorry if I scared you. I guess I should have called you to say I was coming over. I thought I'd surprise you."
Then, with a seductive smile,
"A little something to relax the workday tension, you know?"
what could I say at that point? Bethany and I had been going together for almost a year. We had met one evening at a local UCLA watering hole. I was smitten with her almost immediately. Beth was a psych major, attending classes down the road at USC. After dating a succession of bimbo beach girls throughout high school, I found her a breath of fresh air. During our conversations, I discovered she was a patient listener, always saw the good in things, and had a great deal of empathy and compassion. I knew she would do extremely well in her chosen profession, as she had the qualities to provide understanding and support, a cornerstone of successful psychotherapy. And as it turned out, Beth's bookish glasses completely belied the femininity that laid underneath. At 5'8", 110 pounds, slim waist with long blonde hair that hung down like fine silk, and gorgeous sapphire blue eyes, she was the perfect dream. Our class schedules had made it impossible to get together except for the evenings, but since meeting, we had managed to have dinner almost every night. And the sex. It was fucking great. To no surprise, as Bethany pulled me into the bed, my worries about Mike and Alexandria soon dissipated, like smoke on a windy night. Afterwards, in our coital glow, I traced the outline of a pink hibiscus flower Beth had tattooed above her right shoulder blade, one that always intrigued me because it was superimposed over 2 crossed daggers. I hadn't gotten around to asking her its meaning. I briefly debated about telling her about Alexandria. If anyone was firmly anchored to rational thought, it was Beth. I knew she would be able to provide some reasonable explanation for what I saw, but I had to get at least some shut-eye before tomorrow's classes. As I drifted off to sleep, I resolved to give Mike a call to make sure he was doing okay. I slept like the dead, straight through till my alarm went off at 10 in the morning. Not surprisingly, the bed was empty. Beth had morning classes, so I knew she must have taken off before dawn. I got up, took a quick shower, and grabbed a quick breakfast roll before I headed out the door. The drive from my apartment in North Hollywood to the UCLA campus took about 45 minutes. I was able to arrive in the nick of time before my 1 p.m. class at the film school. The class was one of my favorites, American television history, but I barely listened to the lecture. As soon as I was free, I walked to a payphone that was in the student union. I dialed Mike's number, but got no answer. He should have been home, as I knew he didn't have classes at Cal State Northridge on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Thursday was also his night off from Blockbuster. I continued to call him during the breaks between my next 3 classes. Each time, no answer. I didn't like it. Not one bit. I regretted not speaking to Bethany about it so I could get her sanity check. Now I felt compelled to make sure Mike was okay. I realized I had no other choice but to drive over to Simi Valley and check on him, even though I knew I'd be smack dab in the evening rush hour on the 405 freeway. I had no choice. Southern California is best known for its freeways. They are considered by many a cultural touchstone. One of my rites of passage came when my father gave me his old 1969 Mustang when I got my driver's license at 17, with the proviso I got a job to pay for my gas and insurance. With its 302 Windsor engine, it was a real boss car to drive on the LA freeways. Riders on the storm, baby. Unfortunately, there was nothing sexy about being stuck in the evening traffic flowing north from downtown LA over the hill to the San Fernando Valley and beyond. The drive to Mike's apartments took nearly an hour. The sun had already set as I arrived at Mike's apartment complex. I saw his Firebird in the parking lot and was relieved to know he was home. I realized I was going to have to explain my sudden visit. If I brought up my concerns about Alexandria, what would be his reaction? "Hey Mike, I think your new girlfriend is a vampire. What do you think?" Yeah, right. At worst, he thinks I'm deranged. At best, he'd have a great laugh at my expense, and I'd never live it down. Decisions. Mike's apartment was on the upper tier of the motel-style complex, so I climbed the outside steps to the second floor. When I got to his door, I was about to knock, but I heard voices inside. Loud voices. It took me a few seconds to ascertain that they were coming from both a man and a woman. Then I heard Mike's voice exclaim,
"No, please stop. I can't.
Before I thought further, I grabbed the door handle, and, thank God, the door was unlocked. I entered what was the living room/kitchenette. I barely had time to register what I saw. The room had been ransacked. Either it had been tossed by someone searching for something, or there had been one hell of a fight. Hearing Mike's distressed voice, I figured the latter. I quickly followed the sounds to the bedroom. I could still hear Mike's feeble protestations, saying,
"No, please stop. I don't want to."
To what I now felt sure was his attacker. But in those split seconds before I reached the open bedroom door, I heard something that didn't quite make sense. I definitely heard a woman's voice, but She sounded like she was in ecstasy. Praying to God I wasn't stumbling into some weird sex play between Mike and one of his girlfriends, I steeled myself and looked into the room. I was prepared for anything, but the scene before me was so shocking, so depraved. I was momentarily stunned. Alexandria was buck naked and riding Mike like one of those mechanical bulls in an El Paso honky-tonk. She was bucking back and forth in obvious pleasure.
Come on, Mike, she moaned. You know you like it, and we have all night. The fun has just begun.
No, Mike cried. I'm hurt. Please stop.
But this sight was not what chilled me to the bone. It was the blood. It was everywhere. All over the bed, all over Mike, and all over Alexandria. The blood looked to be from a gash in Mike's neck. He was bleeding profusely. Alexandria had blood on her face and smeared all over her breasts. I must have gasped or cried out, because Alexandria turned her head towards the door. There was a flicker of surprise at seeing me, but then she smiled.
Oh look, Mike, it's Jack. Come to join us. The more the merrier. Join the party, Jack,
she purred. For a few moments, I once again felt those familiar, intense waves of carnal desire wash over me. My head swooned. Alexandria was so erotic and so sexy. I wanted desperately to give in. The desire was overpowering. I wanted to rub the blood all over her body and all over mine. Before I was aware of what I was doing, I took several steps forward. I started to unbutton my shirt in willingness to join the depraved trilogy of ecstasy.
Yes, come to me, Jack.
Alexandria panted, grinding and groaning, seemingly close to climax atop Mike. Then, from somewhere within, my mind screamed to stop. Mike was dying, and I knew I had to get the bitch off of him. I reached down into my inner psyche and willed myself to resist my cardinal impulses. Trying to focus, I reached my hand out and grappled for the nearest thing from the nightstand. My fingers curled around one of Mike's sports trophies. I picked it up and blindly threw it right at her. It hit her on the side of the head, which forced her to lose stride, but otherwise didn't seem to do much. She opened her mouth in a snarl. There was no longer any denying it. Her beautiful mouth opened unnaturally wide, revealing rows of serrated teeth, looking more like a monstrous shark than the Hollywood Dracula. Her eyes flashed red, and for a moment, her irises resembled that of a pit viper. I knew for sure then. Alexandria was a fucking vampire. Or a succubus. Or both. I didn't know. All I knew then was that I was in serious trouble.
Jack,
she hissed.
that's very naughty. You should better respect your elders. I think it's time I schooled you properly, and the teacher is now in.
In a flash, she was off of Mike and had her hands on my throat. Her strength was incredible. She shoved me against the wall and her grip tightened. My feet were hanging a foot off the ground. I had no leverage to fight, nor anything close by to use as a weapon. I began to see stars in my vision. Alexandria leaned in towards me, her open maw dripping saliva.
Jack,
she cooed.
your blood is going to taste so sweet.
Her breath was fetid and stank of death. Her tongue rolled out and licked the nape of my neck. Suddenly, with a scream, Alexandria released me, and I fell to the floor in a heap. She stepped back and began to wildly reach behind her back. As she turned, I could see the image of a cross burned into her neck. Smoke was rising from the wound, and the smell of burning flesh permeated the room. I looked beyond Alexandria and could see Mike holding a wooden crucifix. He must have had it in the drawer, I thought weakly. Good for Mike. He gave the monster a taste of her own medicine. Alexandria whirled on Mike, hissing, "You, I'm going to..." Her threat was cut short as Mike raised up the crucifix and thrust it towards her face. She screamed again. She staggered back, raising her arms up in an attempt to shield the vision of the cross. She exclaimed to Mike,
It's not going to save you.
Then, turning to me, she said with true venom,
Oh, Jack, you and I will meet again soon. We have unfinished business. Then you will be mine as well.
"Mine as well," I thought. What the fuck did that mean? Then, before my eyes, Alexandria disappeared. But not exactly. She morphed into something else. Could it have been a bat? I couldn't tell. It happened so quickly. And then she was gone. Mike collapsed back on the bed. He said, weakly, "Sorry, bro. I fucked up." No, I cried, holding him in my arms. "It's okay. You're okay. But I have to get you to the hospital." Mike was really looking pale, and I knew we didn't have much time. He had lost a lot of blood. I grabbed Mike in a fireman's carry, which wasn't easy since he had probably 20 pounds on me. I think I was running on pure adrenaline at that point. I managed to get Mike to my car, as other tenants of the apartment complex began to come out to gawk. I supposed seeing a stranger carrying the bloodied body of one of their neighbors didn't look good. I didn't care. I got Mike in the car, and we took off. I got Mike over to the Adventist Health Hospital in record time. I figured it being a faith-based hospital was all the better. I pulled up to the emergency room and ran in and screamed for help. Soon, Mike was on a gurney, taken into a trauma room. All I could do at that point was wait. I prayed for Mike and prayed for myself. I was legit scared for both of our lives, and I knew I had to get some sort of game plan on what to do next. I knew there was no way I could tell anyone the truth, that we were attacked by some sex-fiend vampire girl. If I did, I'd probably end up in a hospital as well, but the kind with padded walls. First, I called Mike's parents, Larry and Ida. They were hysterical, as could be expected. I simply said it looked like Mike had been bitten by some animal, maybe a dog, and that he was in surgery. Then I called my mom, who was relieved to know that I was okay. Last, I called Steve and Dale. Within the hour, everyone had joined me in the waiting room. In answer to all their questions, I kept the story as it happened, minus Alexandria. I explained that I stopped by to see Mike after finishing classes, found the door unlocked, and went in to find Mike on the bed, bleeding. Around midnight, one of the doctors came out to inform us that Mike had gotten out of surgery and was stable. He said it was lucky that his jugular had not been punctured, but that the wound itself had caused a serious amount of blood loss. In fact, the doctor announced, if I had not found him when I did, Mike certainly would have bled out. The wound had been cleaned and stitched up, and some samples taken for testing. Mike had been given a rabies shot as a precaution. The doctor admitted that, at present, they couldn't tell exactly what type of animal had been involved. They had speculated initially it might have been from a coyote that somehow found its way down from the canyon, or perhaps some wild dog. The doctor admitted that it was the neatest bite he had ever seen, more of a set of puncture wounds, not a ripping-type wound, and so we should all consider Mike extremely lucky. It could have been much worse. I almost laughed at that. I knew it was as bad as it could get. After getting the doctor's reports, Mike's parents stayed at the hospital while the rest of us took off. I worried for Mike, and almost considered asking the nurse to make sure a crucifix was placed on the wall above Mike's bed, but I really didn't know if that would be enough. My mother asked if I wanted to come home with her for the night, but I told her that I was fine, and that I needed to go to class in the morning. In reality, I had no such intention. I knew I had to start preparing for an inevitable reunion with Alexandria, and I knew it wouldn't be pleasant. I got back to my apartment around 2 a.m. This time I wasn't surprised to find Bethany waiting for me. Before I knew what I was doing, I hugged her like there was no tomorrow, tears streaming down my face like the summer rain. She held me tightly, silently, and didn't prompt me to explain the angst that was clearly racking my body. After a few minutes, I leaned back and looked into her eyes. She simply said,
I want to help. Tell me what it is.
and I did. Everything. I started with the get-together at the construction site, sheepishly admitting to Beth about my physical reaction when I first met Alexandria. She squeezed my hand, encouraging me to go on. I continued telling her about the second encounter with Alexandria, my near death at her hands, and the race to get Mike in the hospital after being savagely attacked by the vampire thing. During my revelation, Bethany didn't laugh. She didn't contradict. She didn't doubt. Instead, she again squeezed my hand, looked me in the eyes, and said,
Jack, there are creatures in this world that are often spoke of in legends. But all legends have their basis in fact. As with everything, some of these beings are good, some are evil. I believe you have encountered a truly evil monster. A monster that feeds on blood, sex, and violence. With that, she hugged me and whispered in my ear, You are good, Jack. You have it in you to fight. And I'm right here with you.
I couldn't have loved Beth more in that moment. Hearing those words was like a huge weight taken off my shoulders. I felt I was no longer alone. Afterwards, we made love. To this day, I don't believe I'd ever made love, or received the same from any woman, as strong and passionate as I did with Beth that night. I woke up just before noon, having miraculously slept peacefully, soundly, and untroubled. Bethany had already left for her early classes. I myself had afternoon classes, but I had no intention of making them. The first thing I needed to do was go to the nearest Catholic church, get some holy water, and find as many crucifixes as possible, and some wooden stakes. I figured I could find some sturdy tree stakes that would suffice at the nearest Ace Hardware. I was about to head out the door when I got the call. It was from Larry, Mike's dad.
Jack,
He said, his voice cracking.
Mike's gone. He died just before dawn. The doctors aren't sure what happened. He was doing fine, then he just died.
I was stunned. I didn't expect it. Mike was a fighter. He wouldn't give up. And he was stable last night. How could he have just died? Larry continued, crying now.
Jack, Ida was with Mike at the end. She swears the last thing Mike said was, "Tell Jack, the devil's mouth." I don't know what he meant.
He said, sobbing.
He was delirious at the end, but I wanted you to know.
The rest of the call was a blur. Larry told me they would make arrangements and let me know. I murmured in acknowledgement, and we ended the call. I hung up the phone. At that moment, I could have, and should have, broken down in tears at the loss of my closest friend in the world. But then, my head spun, and I collapsed to my knees. It seemed like the room became encompassed with a bright light, forcing me to shield my eyes by bowing my head. Suddenly, a level of rage began to course through my body that I never thought I could muster. It was almost like my soul itself was on fire. I was never a religious person, but in that moment, I felt an insight, an understanding of what I needed to do, what needed to be done. I knew I was joining a fight that had taken place through the millennia, the fight between good and evil. I felt a sense of déjà vu that many before me had also faced this same challenge. That bitch Alexandria was the devil's spawn, and had to face her day of reckoning. I suddenly felt a sense that she was an ancient being who had walked on this earth for centuries past, preying on the kind and the innocent. I had to kill her. I'd drive a stake through her black heart. I had no idea if I would live through the encounter. All I knew about vampires was what I saw in movies. Would a wooden stake even work? The only thing I was sure of was at 20 years old, I didn't want to die. But I knew Mike would have done the same for me, and he would have died trying. I wasn't naive enough to think I could fight the undead all by myself. Other than Bethany, I had no one to turn to for help, except for Steve and Dale. I knew they would have done anything for Mike, but would they even believe me? And would they be willing to also put their lives at risk? I resolved to go see them that evening, and lay all my cards on the table. I spent the afternoon making the rounds, checking off my laundry list of vampire fighting tools as I went along. It took me 3 churches before I found one with filled reservoirs of holy water. To be double sure, I asked the resident priest to bless the water once again. Maybe he took pity on me, and probably had his doubts, but he gave another blessing to the water after being placed in several plastic jugs. I later divided the water into several vials that could be easily carried in my pockets. By late afternoon, I returned to my apartment. I had just gotten out of my car when a guy with jowls that could make a Mississippi hound's dog proud walked up to me and asked, "Are you Jack Walker?" "Yeah," I replied, taking a closer look at him. He looked to be in his early 40s and was sporting a flat top, making him look like the spitting image of Jack Webb's Joe Friday. I knew instantly he was a cop. He introduced himself as Detective Tom Schmidt of the Simi Valley PD, and he showed me his badge.
"Mr. Walker,"
Schmidt started,
"I'm investigating the death of Michael Thompson. I'm sorry for your loss of your friend. An autopsy's pending to determine his specific cause of death, but clearly that odd wound in his throat is a contributing factor. The doc says some sort of animal attack. You brought him in, right? I need to know what happened to him,"
Schmidt said. I knew I couldn't tell Schmidt a thing about Alexandria. The police would be powerless to combat her, and the end result would be me being further detained or committed when I needed to be out looking for her. So I kept the story as it happened, minus Alexandria. I told Schmidt I stopped by to see Mike after finishing classes, found the door unlocked, and went in to find Mike on the bed, bleeding.
"So how do you think he got the neck wound?"
Schmidt asked. I shrugged and replied that Mike must have been attacked by a dog and made it back into his apartment. Schmidt studied me closely for several seconds, which I found a bit unnerving. Then he said,
"What I don't get is, if your friend was attacked by an animal outside, why all the breakage throughout the front room? Seems to indicate some form of struggle that took place inside the apartment."
Crap, I thought. Schmidt was pretty good. I'd have to give more thought to my answer. "Well, the door was open," I said. "Maybe the dog, or whatever it was, made its way into the apartment and attacked Mike there." Schmidt looked at me again, then went on.
"Yeah, but there's none of your friend's blood in the living room, not even a drop. One would think the dog would have drawn blood there, considering all the damage to the room. Instead, all the blood's in the bedroom, on the bed and the walls. Any idea how that could have happened?"
Wow, I thought. Who is this guy? Detective Columbo? He's just baiting me to see what I say. I replied, out of ideas on any potential lie. "I suppose he didn't get wounded until the bedroom." That studied look again. I knew something else was coming. Then,
"See, the thing is, Jack, can I call you Jack? We found a lot of fluid on your friend's bed. Seminal fluid. Also, fluids from a female. A lot. What do you make of that?"
I knew my face was probably reddening and that Schmidt could see it. There was a shoe to drop, and both he and I knew it. Well, Mike had a lot of girlfriends. I suppose he'd been with one earlier, I sputtered. Schmidt leaned closer, and once again prefaced his question with an annoying,
See, the thing is, Jack,
followed by a pause. Then,
tests show the fluids were fresh and mixed in with the blood, so it wasn't from an older encounter. It seems to indicate Mike was having sex when he was bitten.
so, there it was. Christ, Joe Friday had already figured it out. It's amazing what modern forensics can reveal. Mercifully, Schmidt didn't wait for an answer.
So you can see why this really perplexes me, Jack. Tests are still pending on what type of animal caused the wound, but no matter what it was, how could it have made it into Mike's bedroom? And oddly, while he was in the middle of coitus.
Coitus? I stammered.
Sex, Jack.
Schmidt gave me a pitying look like I was myself a virgin.
And who's the woman who was there? That's the $64,000 question. She holds the key to what happened,
He explained.
So, Jack,
Schmidt concluded, with his eyes drilling into mine.
do you know who the woman could be?
I've never been a good liar, and I prayed that my answer would be as nonchalant as I hoped. I replied, Detective, as I said before, Mike was popular with girls, but I frankly didn't keep up with whom he was dating. All I know is when I found him, he was alone. With one last withering look, Schmidt finally said,
Okay, Jack. We'll interview his neighbor and your other friends to see if we can figure out who he was seeing. Here's my card. Call me if you think of anything else I need to know.
I watched Schmidt drive off. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid there for a bit that he would notice all the shopping bags in the back seat of my car. It would not have been fun if I had to explain to him what I was doing with all the vampire fighting paraphernalia that I had obtained that afternoon. A few hours later, I left to go see Steve and Dale. After picking up a Tommy's Burger, I jumped on the 405 to head first to Steve's. I figured that of the two of them, Steve would be more open to what I had to say. While Dale was a consistent pragmatist, one who liked stability while seeing the world through black and white prisms, Steve thrived on living outside the box, moments to moments, not shying away from the unknown and the mysterious. Our group was well aware of Steve's reading interests in the occult and the unexplained, and that he was a self-avowed conspiracy nut who believed in the second shooter on the grassy knoll, the woman in the polka-dot dress, and James Earl Ray's mysterious Rowl. Oh, and we definitely never wanted to get him going on the Trilateral Commission and its implementation of a New World Order. About an hour later, I was there. The king of the beach bums had an apartment on top of a roadhouse in Santa Monica. Living there gave Steve central access to the top surfing sites on Malibu and Zuma beaches to the west, and Manhattan and Hermosa beaches to the south. I could see the evening crowd was already sitting along the sidewalk tables in front of the tavern. I walked up the stairs to Steve's place. He answered after the first knock. He looked terrible.
Hey, dude,
He said, giving me a big hug.
I can't believe Mike's gone. I didn't go to class today. I couldn't even go to the beach, man. I've been here all day. I just can't believe it.
Then, taking a step back, he gave me an uncharacteristically serious look.
Jack, I had a visit from some cop today. Guy looked like Joe Friday. He asked a lot of questions, especially about any woman Mike had known or dated recently. I thought Mike was attacked by some animal. Why do the cops care about some girl?
Okay, I replied. So what did you tell him?
Well,
Steve said.
I told him about Mary, of course.
Mary was one of our fellow high school classmates, and Mike had been steady with her for almost 2 years. They broke up when Mary went off to college in Virginia.
And also that bartender Cindy he dated a few months back. But, of course, the detective was more interested in that weird chick, Alexandria, that Mike had brought to our jam session. Especially since we saw her with him just 2 days before his accident.
Great, I thought. I deliberately didn't tell Schmidt about Alexandria. I didn't consider what Steve or Dale would say. Now Schmidt would wonder why I didn't mention her. I wouldn't be looking forward to our next encounter. "Steve," I said, "take a seat. I have something to tell you, and I need your help." An hour later, Steve was packing a bag of clothes and other things necessary for an extended stay at my place. I had told him the whole story, beginning with my perverse reaction when first meeting Alexandria at the construction site, to her transforming into a fucking bat after attacking Mike and me. Throughout it all, I expected many reactions from Steve, but he listened quietly, intently, and then simply said,
"Okay, let's go find the bitch."
We agreed that we needed to go see Dale next, although we had no illusions it was going to be a tough sell. We called Dale's home phone, but there was no answer. We figured by the time we drove there, he would likely be back in. Steve jumped in my car, and we headed back up the 405. It was late evening, and traffic was good. Dale had a nice condo in Woodland Hills, not far from Topanga Canyon Boulevard. The last time I was there was a few months previous, when Dale threw a hell of a party celebrating the grand opening of one of his new business ventures. Steve and I noticed Dale's car in his reserved parking space, but when we knocked on the door repeatedly, there was no answer. Steve and I looked at each other. This did not look good, especially when Steve turned the door handle and found the door unlocked. Dale, the ever-cautious, follow-the-book guy, was not likely to leave his door unsecured. I nodded, and Steve opened the door.
Dale, hey, Dale, this is Jack and Steve, I yelled. The door was unlocked. We're coming in, okay?
No response. We walked down the entrance hallway and made our way into the living room. Nothing looked out of place. We continued past the dining room, noticing that there were 2 sets of plates with half-eaten food. It appeared Dale had company, and something had interrupted the dinner. We continued towards the rear of the condo, the dread building up inside me step by step.
"Christ, Steve," I whispered. "I don't like this. Alexandria told me she was going to come for me. Do you think she might harm Dale, too?"
I don't know, dude. But if the bitch is here,
"We didn't bring anything from your bag of tricks," he replied,
in obvious reference to our stash of vampire fighting tools.
"Okay, too late now," I lamented. "We gotta check out the bedrooms."
There were 2 guest rooms. We checked them one by one. Both were empty and the beds made. One last room to go. The master bedroom. The door was closed. I had a terrible sense of déjà vu. Was I going to look inside to find Alexandria molesting another of my friends in one of her perverted orgies? I hesitated for a moment. Then Steve gave me a reassuring nod. I flung the door open. The room was empty. The bed was still made.
"This is really strange, Steve," I said. "Dale's car is outside. Where the fuck is he?"
We proceeded to go back to the house. Once in the kitchen, I again took notice of the half-eaten food on the table. Whatever happened, it must have been without warning, I thought. Then my eye caught the doors to the kitchen pantry. I knew it was rather spacious, and Dale had many of his wine racks in there. We hadn't checked it yet. Thinking it was another bust, I casually walked over and opened the door. Kate was draped over a storage cabinet that held breads, crackers, and pastas. Her blood dripping over bags of rigatoni like splashes of spaghetti sauce. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight at us, and her face was frozen in a hideous rictus grin that almost seemed to mock us. It was quite obvious that she wouldn't be shopping for any more designer purses on Rodeo Drive. The gaping wound on the left side of her neck made sure of that.
My God, Jack, you were fucking right,
exclaimed Steve.
I never doubted you, man, but still.
His voice trailed off. Yeah, I said. That's Alexandria's handiwork. She's been here. Looks like she left Kate as some kind of warning. She must have Dale. God help him. I was about to reach for Dale's home phone when Steve grabbed my hand and hissed.
Jack, what are you doing?
We have to call the police, I said.
No way, dude,
Steve replied.
Think about it. Do you want to explain to that detective how you just happened to be at the sites of 2 different deaths in almost as many days? At best, you'll be tied up with the cops for days. Both of us, probably. We need to try to find Dale, and we need to deal with Alexandria. We have to get out of here, now.
I nodded. I knew it was wrong to leave a scene of a crime, but Steve was right. So far, I had been a step behind Alexandria, and I needed to get ahead of things quickly. Getting tied up with the cops would be the worst thing to do at the moment. We left Dale's condo as surreptitiously as possible, careful to not bump into anyone, and drove back to my apartment in North Hollywood. It was near midnight. Bethany had been waiting for me. As soon as I stepped inside, she gave me a tight hug. After the terror and death I had just witnessed, her comforting hug was so reassuring. She gave me a knowing look.
Tell me everything that has happened, she said.
Steve stepped in, carrying in our bags of wooden stakes and holy water, and gave Bethany a wave. He had only met her a handful of times, since Beth's class schedule at USC allowed her only to make it to my place in the San Fernando Valley in the evenings. But just last week, Beth and I hosted dinner with Mike, Dale, Kate, and Steve. It had been a great evening, full of fun and reverie. Seemed like a lifetime ago. Now, 2, probably 3 of my friends are dead. The 3 of us sat down, and I filled Bethany in the day's events. When I told her about Kate, she raised a hand to her mouth, gasped, and said, "My God, it's really gone this far?"
You got it,
replied Steve.
It's war now. I think we all have to be concerned for our safety. If Alexandria got to Dale, then she can come for any of us next.
Yeah, I said, but we have at least one thing going for us.
What's that?
Bethany asked. We have some vampire fighting tools in our toolkit, I said, giving a nod to the large bag we had brought in. She looked at the bag but did not open it.
Some of that will work, she mused, but you can't always believe what you see in movies.
Steve and I gave each other a glance, which Beth picked up on.
What I mean is, don't be overly confident in all that stuff will work,
she said confidently.
Sure, said Steve, but Jack found out that Alexandria and crosses definitely don't go together.
Right,
said Beth.
But was there anything special about the crucifix that was in Mike's bedroom?
After some consideration, I said, "Well, yeah, actually. It was a crucifix that Mike was given during his catechism classes back in high school."
Right,
said Beth.
So it had come from a holy place, and was not just a run-of-the-mill crucifix brought from the store.
Her leading question caused an epiphany in both Steve and I at the same time, causing us to exclaim, "Oh, Christ," simultaneously. "I never thought about those differences," I said. "So much for the $30 I spent today."
Well,
Beth said,
I've read a lot about ancient mythology and legends. I've always found the link between the occult and aberrant behavior and deviant psychology fascinating, especially the topic of vampirism. Do you know that one of the earliest accounts of vampires is found in an ancient Sumerian and Babylonian myth dating to 4000 BC? The story describes Ikumo, or Edimo, one who is snatched away. The Ikimo is a type of Uruku, or Ukuta, a spirit or demon who is not buried properly and returned as a vengeful spirit to suck the life out of the living. The fact that vampires are the oldest and most widespread myth in the world seems to lend more credence to the story. Cultures that never had any contact with each other, separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, all recount some form of undead that returns to suck the blood of the living. But my point is, different folklore recount different ways to kill a vampire. It doesn't help that modern-day vampire fiction has thrown in several other so-called ways to kill Nosferatu, like the wooden stake through the heart. And Hollywood movies only serve to probe further misinformation while almost glamorizing the vampire. A pause, then Bethany continued. What I'm trying to say is, you can't be too overconfident about how to fight this Alexandria. She will use her sexual prowess to make you powerless. She'll use sex as a narcotic to hypnotize you. And she likes it, too. It's a two-way street. She's insatiable. To her, blood is her food, but sex is her existence. Steve and I gave each other another glance.
Sounds like a succubus,
opined Steve. Beth gave an understanding nod.
Unfortunately, she continued, mankind is likely to fit those creatures into neat categories. In some myths, they've been referred to as vampires, other times as succubi. The reality is that they are one and the same. They feed on blood, violence, and sex. Evidence of the vampire's sexual nature, particularly in the folklore of the gypsies and their neighbors, the southern Slavs. For example, corpses dug up as suspected vampires occasionally were reported to have an erection. Gypsies thought of the vampire as a sexual entity. The male vampire was believed to have such an intense sex drive that his sexual need alone was sufficient to bring him back from the grave. His first act usually was a return to his widow, with whom he engaged in sexual intercourse. Nightly visits could ensue and continue over a period of time, with the wife being exhausted and emaciated. The folklore of Russia also described the vampire as a sexual being. Among the ways in which it made itself known was to appear in a village as a handsome young stranger. Circulating among the young people in the evening, the vampire lured unsuspecting women to their doom. The Langsuyar of Malaysia was also a sexual being. A female vampire, she was often pictured as a desirable young woman who could marry and bear children. Langsuyars were believed to be able to live somewhat normally in a village for many years, revealed only by their inadvertent involvement in an activity that disclosed their identity. Most vampires are like this. They have learned to blend in, to adapt, to coexist among humans. But then there are the rogues, the ones who thirst on violence and fear. This, Alexandria, I believe she is one of the devil's spawn.
I looked at Bethany in a whole new light. I knew she was well read, but to be so knowledgeable on the lore of the vampire, it was something I couldn't have expected, especially now when we are facing the real thing. As usual, she picked up quickly on the quizzical look on my face. About a year ago, she explained, while doing some of my research, I was fortunate to have stumbled upon a private collector of books in the occult. I believe he is only one of 3 people in the world who have the most rare and scarce books on demonology and the history of Homo Nosferatu Vampyrus, the vampire. The book dates from the 16th century and was commissioned by the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Over an entire decade, a group of Catholic Church vampirologists scoured all of Europe and the Far East, compiling all information ever known or collected on the vampire, ranging from ancient scripts, myths, and folklore, to oral history from contemporary sources. Supposedly, the church scholars were even able to capture and interrogate an actual vampire. a soldier that was killed but did not die on one of the battlefields of Europe. As you can imagine, this provided invaluable first-hand information on how the creatures are created, how they live amongst us, and how they may be killed. These books were reportedly stored in a vault in the Vatican Library, but apparently were lost to history. At least they have never been acknowledged by the Vatican. However, as I mentioned, one collector managed to obtain one of the books. I can't reveal who he is, but I can say he lives in Europe. I was very fortunate to have a few days to study the text, and trust me, I needed every bit of that time in order to translate it with my limited Latin. She chuckled. So, from everything I've studied, the bottom line is this, Bethany continued. We're facing a rogue vampire. There may be others from her clan here in Los Angeles, but probably not. Vampires are isolationists, and tends to be very territorial and protective of their feeding grounds, but she may be surrounding herself with others she has turned. She would use them to protect her and to do her bidding. She is confined to coming out only at night. As an evil entity, she can be warded away or killed only by God's grace, through the holy relics blessed or sanctified in the eyes of God. As you learned, a crucifix that has been consecrated, or a splash of holy water. Unlike in Hollywood, you can't kill her with a wooden stake alone, unless it has been blessed or sanctified with holy water. Last point. Destroying the creature's heart will render it powerless, but it will never be killed unless its head is separated from the body. Only then is Homo Nosferatu Vampiris fully destroyed. Okay, got that. So what's our next step? I asked. We have to find Alexandria, and Dale, if he's still alive.
Yeah,
Steve agreed.
but don't forget poor Kate. You know that detective will be knocking on your door to ask questions, sure as we're sitting here.
Christ, I muttered. That's all we need. We can't afford to get tied up with the cops. I stood up and paced the room. Okay, I said. We have one starting point. I don't know if it means anything, but Mike's dad told me this morning that Mike's last words were directed to me, and he uttered the words, "the devil's mouth." It didn't mean anything to Larry, and there's no reason it would. I think what Mike was trying to say was the devil's maw.
The Devil's Maw?
Exclaimed Steve.
You mean the abandoned train tunnel we used to dare each other to go into when we were kids?
Right, I said. For Bethany's benefit, I explained the history to her. The Maw was a railroad tunnel that was begun in the 1890s to connect the Simi and San Fernando valleys. But having a tunnel through Simi Hills and Santa Susana Mountains, it would save considerable time and distance for trains traveling to and from San Francisco and Los Angeles. Legend has it that construction of the tunnel was plagued with problems from the start. Demolitions on the hillside went wrong and cost 5 workers their lives. Then, later, when the tunnel was several thousand feet in, there was a partial collapse, which killed 6 others. By that point, the railroad has found another point that would make for a shorter route, running beneath the Santa Susana Pass. This eventually became the Santa Susana Tunnel, which was completed in 1904, and is still used today as part of the Union Pacific Railroad coastline. The original tunnel was left derelict for decades, but in the 1950s a local teenage boy went missing, and after weeks of fruitless searching, they had found his badly decomposed remains in the tunnel. Much of it had been eaten or carted away by predators. From what they could ascertain, he had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and strangled. To this day, I don't believe the case was ever solved. Anyway, that was enough for the authorities, who have already been under pressure for years to do something about the safety risks posed by the deteriorating tunnel. No one wanted the site to become some sick destination for the morbidly curious. So, they had the tunnel bulldozed and filled in with earth. Over the years, the tunnel has been largely forgotten and is now overgrown with sagebrush and cactus. People drive past it on the freeway every day, not knowing it's even there. The thing is, I concluded,
Over time, the filled-in entrance had one portion collapse inwards, providing a small access way into the tunnel. It's only large enough to allow someone on their hands and knees to get inside. From the outside, it's just a black hole, and even shining a flashlight reveals nothing but darkness. Hence the nickname, the Devil's Maw. As locals, Steve, Dale, and myself had first heard of it back in middle school, and we would sometimes go out there to take a look at it. As kids do, we would dare each other to go in, but thank God we had enough common sense to never try it. One of the kids, I think Kevin was his name, claimed he went in. He said after several feet of crouching down, he came out into the tunnel. Black as spades, he said, even with the flashlight. He saw old mining equipment and some lanterns littering the tunnel. He was going to go in a bit further, he said, but then got worried about rattlesnakes or other desert creatures that might make the tunnel their home, so he left. And that's all I know about it.
Well, what a perfect place for a vampire den, Bethany said. Dark, dry, secluded, and relatively free of any danger from prying eyes. Jack, I think Mike must have been trying to give you a clue on how to find Alexandria.
I nodded in agreement. Yeah, I said. I'm not sure how he knew. He liked hiking the area, so maybe he was poking around there and discovered her. But that's gotta be our first stop tomorrow. We'll get a start at first light, before Schmidt comes around and pays us a visit. I looked at Beth. Babe, I'm not gonna let you come with us. From what you're saying, we should be fine since it'll be daylight. But I don't know what we'll face once in the tunnel, or whether Alexandria will be asleep in there. I'm not going to risk anything happening to you. You've given us the knowledge, but it'll be up to Steve and I to face Alexandria alone. No way in hell I'm going to place you in danger. Please don't argue with me on this. Beth looked at me, and for a moment, I thought she was going to fight me on the issue. But then she just squeezed my hand and nodded. It was after midnight, so we decided to get some sleep. Steve took his usual place on the couch, where he'd enjoyed many a previous night after having a few too many drinks during my parties. Although I was physically and mentally exhausted, I once again had a feeling of intense peace and calm when Bethany held me tight. We ended up making love. We took our time, and it was slow and passionate. Afterwards, as we lay spooning, I again admired Beth's pink hibiscus tattoo with the 2 crossed daggers. Babe, I muttered. Beth said, stretching. I've been meaning to ask you, I went on. This tattoo, it's beautiful and unique. Why did you get it? I mean, what does it symbolize? Beth turned around to face me.
Oh, you could say it's a family tradition. My father has one like this, as did his father. To honor them, I got mine when I turned 18. I think it brings me luck.
Well, I said, just before drifting off. I like it.
I'm glad,
Beth said, and I could hear the smile in her voice as she squeezed my hand. I was jolted awake by some loud sound. My mind was foggy from sleep, and I wasn't sure if I had been dreaming or if it had been a sound coming from within the house. I could hear the Santa Anas had picked up and were blowing against the side of the house. Maybe the wind. I waited for nearly a minute, and then I heard it again. This time, there was no doubt. Knocking, but slow knocking, like one rap every 5 seconds. And it sounded like the front door. My heart started to pound. I sat upright and looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good. I reached in the nightstand and took out a .38 Smith & Wesson Chief Special revolver. Bethany had started to stir, and I told her to stay in the room. I grabbed my robe and started down the hallway towards the front door. When I reached the end of the hallway and entered the living room, I saw that Steve had already gotten up and was standing with his hand on the doorknob. I managed to say,
Wait, Steve, I don't think that's a good... When he yanked open the door. The porch light was not on, but the dim glow from the small living room lamp still managed to illuminate the figure standing on the stoop. I heard Steve gasp. It was Dale, and he was safe.
Oh my god, dude,
Exclaimed Steve.
we thought you were dead. What happened? Where have you been?
Dale simply smiled and said, "May I come in?" There was something in the way he asked that didn't sound right. It didn't sound like our jovial friend, but almost like there was a hint of malice behind it. The tone of voice a serial killer would use when asking a housewife if it was okay to come in to use her phone. The hair on the back of my neck started to stand up. Then, just as I heard Steve say, "Dude, why so formal? You know Jack's casa is su casa," I noticed that Dale wasn't standing on the front door. Fuck no, I thought. It must have been a trick of the light. I stepped closer. "Oh my god," I whispered, as I realized Dale was indeed not standing in the open door. He was floating. His shoes were a good 2 inches off the concrete. Dale smiled wider, looked at Steve, and asked again, "May I come in, Steve? It's cold out here." Before the words could come out of my mouth, Steve laughed and exclaimed,
Of course, dude. Get your skinny ass in here.
"No, Steve," I yelled. "It's not Dale." Before I could react further, Dale took a step inside the house. Or should I say, he glided in. His features abruptly changed from the handsome young man we all knew to a ghoul-like rendition of Max Schreck's Count Orlov. Dale's eyes sank back into his head, and his irises shined red with a predatory glare. His ears elongated into pointed, bat-like lobes. His face spread into a maniacal grin, unfurling a set of snake-like curved incisors, which dripped frothy spittle down his chin. In a now deeper, raspy voice, sounding like it was coming from the depths of hell, Dale cooed. "Hi guys, ready for the best jam session we ever had?" Steve belatedly realized his mistake. A vampire cannot enter a home without an invitation. He took a step forward in an attempt to grab Dale. His reward was a backhand from the Dale thing that sent him flying 6 feet into the wall. Steve impacted with a sickening crunch and hard enough to punch a crater into the drywall. As he slid forward, I was sure he was dead. "Steve!" I screamed. Dale then turned to me. I raised my .38 and fired twice, point blank, into his chest. He grabbed me by the throat. I managed one more wild shot, this one into his left cheek and blowing out through the right side of his head. Dale didn't skip a beat. His strength was inhuman, easily lifting me, kicking and screaming off of the floor. He then threw me like a rag doll. I sailed over the living room table, knocking off several candlestick holders and several vases in a parody of a drunken carrier landing. After hitting the floor on the other side, Dale once again was on me. His fists pummeled my face, and I could feel something warm trickling down the back of my head. After regaining more blows upon me, he picked me up by the hair. I screamed as stars swam before my eyes. As I dangled in the air, Dale leered into my face. I could smell his fetid breath, reeking of death and decay. His brains were oozing out the exit wound on the side of his head. "Jack," he hissed. "I hated you the most. Always so annoying. Mr. Smarty Pants, always thinking you were entitled to everything, while the rest of us had to work hard to try to get ahead. Little snot-nosed whiner, always getting what you want, but not this time. Oh no." With an evil cackle, they all flung me hard against the wall. "Alexandria wants you for herself. She's developed a thing for you. A fixation. She'll be angry with me for killing you, but I don't care.
I'm going to enjoy having your blood wash down my throat. And then I'm going to go to your family's house and fuck your sister. Make her my little sex slave. Sweet 16. I'll break her in real good. How's that sound, Jackie boy? Blood was coursing into my eyes from a gash on my forehead, but I stared hard at the Dale thing, smiled, and said, I don't know about that, Dale. Your pecker was small even when you were alive. That's why Kate would call me when she needed a little satisfying. With a snarl, Dale started towards me. I figured this was it. Dale would kill me for sure. Suddenly, I saw a blur rush up behind him, and the next thing I heard was a come out of Dale's mouth as a pointed end of a long kitchen knife popped out of the front of his chest like one of those baby creatures in Alien. Dale stood there for a moment, stock still, with a look of bewilderment on his face. The shit-eating grin was gone. Wherever the knife protruded, the edges of the wound smoked and simmered like bacon in a fry pan. From behind Dale's shoulder, I could now see Bethany, holding the knife. She leaned closer, and I could hear her whisper in Dale's ear. Do you feel God's holy water on the knife, you monster? With another thrust, she incanted some phrase in Latin. Adjure te, spiritus nesquieme, per diem omnino pentem. Then, within moments, the Dale thing's eyes sunk back into his skull. His skin blackened and withered, and a blackish fluid began pouring out of his gaping mouth. Bethany pulled out the knife as he crumpled to the floor. Without skipping a beat, she then bent over the blackened corpse. I lay shocked, watching as my sweet and loving girlfriend calmly put the knife to Dale's neck and began decapitating him. For those unlucky enough to have ever witnessed such a sight, a head does not come off easily, nor cleanly. It takes a few minutes of sawing to cut through the tough tendons and vertebrae within the neck. I was transfixed watching the horrific scene as Bethany completely severed the head from what was left of Dale's body. What was left of him nearly disintegrated, leaving nothing but a pile of ash and bone. I knew what Dale had become, with the evil inside him, and knew he had to be put down. But it was so hard for me to see the corpse of my childhood friend be desecrated in such a way. When she was done, Beth looked up, her eyes sympathetic and filled with sadness, and I could see a tear roll down her cheek. I'm so sorry, Jack, she simply said. I nodded and gave her a small smile to show her I understood. A groan from across the room caught both of our attentions. Steve was apparently alive and was sitting up, wiping off some blood from where he had bit his lip. Christ, he groaned. Anyone get the license plate number of the fucking truck that hit me? Beth and I gave a sound of relief, and I couldn't help but retort. I knew your hard head would come in handy someday, surfer boy. We all had a chuckle as I helped Steve to his feet. I'm sorry, man, Steve directed to me. I made a huge mistake opening that fucking door and inviting that fucker in. I thought that shit was only in movies. And Dale looked so normal. I was so happy he was alive, and, well... His voice trailed off. I gave Steve an encouraging slap on the back and said, Don't feel bad. We're learning this shit as we go along. There's no official guidebook on how to fight and kill vampires. With that, I turned to Beth. And how did you know you could kill Dale with a kitchen knife? I thought it had to be a wooden stake. Holy water is the key, Jack, she said. A knife is obviously better than a stake. Just wash it with holy water first. Just don't forget the incantation before removing the head. Yeah, I replied, my stomach still churning over the image of Bethany sawing through Dale's neck. We were all too wound up to go back to bed.
Dale had mentioned that Alexandria wanted me for herself. A sort of fixation, he had said. There was no way I could go back to sleep while it was still dark, and risk her paying me a visit. I could tell this fact did not please Bethany very much either. Imagine that. Beth almost seemed to sulk. Some kind of perverted vampire crush. Fuck that bitch. I could definitely detect a hint of jealousy on Beth's part, which, despite being scared shitless, had to make me smile. Bethany ended up leaving just before dawn, so she could go back to her apartment and pick up some books she needed to read for class. She promised to get back in a few hours and wait at my apartment. Before she left, she hugged me tightly, gave me a kiss, saying, "Be careful, Jack. Don't forget the power of your blessed artifacts and your own convictions." About an hour later, Steve and I were heading out the door. After our lesson in vampire killing from Bethany, we resolved to stop by our local church to have the priest bless our crucifixes and obtain more holy water. We also packed up several kitchen knives and a Bible my mother had given me after my church baptism several years previous. Anticipating the darkness of the tunnel, I scoured the apartment for every available flashlight and extra batteries. Also, several coils of rope and some spray paint, in case we had to mark our way. Lastly, I tucked my reloaded .38 in my waistband. At this point, I had become a very distrusting soul. I was getting ready to lock the door when the phone rang. I didn't know who would be calling at this early hour, so I decided to go back in and answer it.
Jack, hello.
It was Mike's father, Larry. His voice sounded old and very tired.
I'm sorry to bother you so early. I hope it's okay. I just wanted to see if you'd like to come over this morning to discuss our service for Mike. Ida and I have been working with the funeral home, and we have the service set for the 7th. We thought you'd like to come over and maybe go over things if you'd like to make a eulogy for Mike at the ceremony.
I hesitated for a moment, as I tried to think things through. There was no way I could refuse Larry's request. I would have to put off my plans to go confront Alexandria. Maybe, I thought, it would only take me an hour or two, and we would still have time to get to the tunnel. "Larry, sure, of course," I said. "I'll be there within the hour." With that, I hung up and explained the call to Steve. "Steve," I told him, "I'm going to drive to Chadsworth to see Mike's parents. They want to go over this service and eulogy. It'll probably take an hour or two. I'll call you, and then you can drive over there and meet me at the tunnel. Meanwhile, go to the church and get the stuff we need, okay?"
Sure, dude, Steve drawled. "But don't be too late. We have to get in there before sunset."
Then a pause, and in a sadder tone said, "And tell Larry and Ida to hang in there, and that we're thinking of them." "I know," I replied. "It's going to be tough not being straight with them, but probably the less they know the better. It shouldn't take me long." Little did I know then how wrong I was. It was a beautiful fall California day as I drove to Larry and Ida's. The Santa Anas were still blowing strong. About the only good thing, I mused, as the winds had helped to blow the usual yellow-brown smog out of the LA basin. As a result, the sky was an emerald blue, clear and sunny, without a cloud in sight. I turned on the radio. There was still euphoria over the Los Angeles Dodgers' win over the New York Yankees in the 1981 World Series just a few days previous. Gotta love that Fernando Valenzuela. The boy can't speak a lick of English, but he sure can pitch. Well, I thought, score one piece of good news for the City of Angels. At that, I had to give a wry laugh. I didn't think there were many angels left. Not with Alexandria on the loose. And I was really worried about seeing Larry and Ida. It sounded like they hadn't heard about Dale's disappearance or Kate's murder. I knew I couldn't mention it to them, or it would tip my hand that I was there. So it was with some trepidation that I pulled up to their place by around 9 that morning.
Their condo was tucked up in the mountains off of Topanga Canyon and the 118 freeway. It actually wasn't far from the Santa Susana Pass and the gambling casino where I worked. I had to laugh. I was supposed to work the swing shift tonight, and I wasn't going to make it. The boss lady would probably fire me, but I didn't give a shit. I pressed the doorbell, and Larry opened the door. I was shocked by his appearance. His eyes were wide, and he looked like he was at the end of his rope. As he reached out and grabbed me, he exclaimed,
My God, Jack. It's terrible. Why would they do such a thing?
Larry then broke into tears, and I followed him inside. He was babbling, and I wasn't sure what he was talking about. I followed Larry into the living room, and then I froze.
Hello, Mr. Walker.
I heard an all too familiar voice say.
Good to see you again.
There, sitting on the couch next to Mike's mom, was Detective Schmidt. Fuck me, I thought. This guy's like a bad case of the clap. He keeps popping up at the worst times. Schmidt had a smirk on his face, which told me he had a curveball coming. Both Larry and Ida were obviously distraught, and something was wrong. I took a seat in the easy chair across from them, which put me in the uncomfortable position of having them all look directly at me. Larry, Ida, I stammered. What's wrong? What's happening? I asked.
Jack,
Larry sniffed.
after we called you, the detective came over with terrible news. Really terrible. How could someone be so cruel?
Schmidt then leaned in and gave me a hawkish stare. I knew that he wouldn't be here for no good reason, so I braced myself for what he was about to say. He took a deep breath and said,
Jack, I had to come here this morning to tell Mr. and Miss Tompkins that sometime last night, their son's body was taken from the county morgue.
You mean it was stolen? I gasped. For once, I didn't have to put on an act with Schmidt. I was dumbfounded. I felt like I was kicked in the stomach.
Yes,
said Schmidt.
The body's gone. No one on duty heard a thing. One of the nightly orderlies found the door to the refrigerator door hanging open, and also the door to the back loading dock. No one saw a thing. Fortunately, there's security cameras in the morgue, so once we look at the tapes, we should be able to see how he was taken.
I suddenly became giddy as I had a terrible realization. I thought, oh yeah, Schmidt, you'll be in for a real surprise when you see the freezer door slowly come open and Mike comes rolling out on the drawer. And when he opens his eyes, flexes his muscles, and maybe shows off a set of unusually long teeth. And certainly, when he gets up and shambles down the hallway and out the door into the night, it's going to be real fucking hilarious. I pictured the look on Schmidt's face when he saw his suspected murder victim come back to life. I inadvertently let out a crazy laugh, which must have made me sound like a madman. I earned a shocked look from Larry and Ida. Schmidt just looked at me all the closer and asked bluntly,
Jack, would you have any idea who would have taken Mike?
Of course not, I retorted. Why would I? That's ridiculous.
Well, you and I need to talk,
Schmidt replied.
It also seems your friend Dale has disappeared, and we found his girlfriend, and not in a good state.
Upon hearing that, Larry and Ida gasped. I tried to play it cool, but I could feel a trickle of sweat rolling down my forehead. God damn that Schmidt. He'll probably pick up on it. I don't know what you mean, I said. Dale's not at home? A pause. Then,
I'm afraid not,
Schmidt said.
He missed some key appointments and someone went to check on him. Seems he's been missing since sometime yesterday. When officers went inside, they found his girlfriend, Miss Winters, dead.
Upon hearing this, Ida gave out a cry, and I cursed Schmidt for bringing up Kate's murder in front of Mike's parents. That's terrible, is all I could manage to say.
Yeah,
said Schmidt.
It is. So the way I see it, we have 2 mysterious deaths of your friend in the same number of days, and a third one is missing. There's something going on, and I don't like it. I'm gonna need you to come down to the station so we can go over everything. Now.
I had no choice. I told Larry and Ida I would try to get back to them later in the day to go over Mike's service. I assured them I would be honored to give the eulogy for the closest friend I ever had. They nodded their heads, but gave me an odd look I had never seen from them before. With Mike and I growing up together, Larry and Ida were like my second set of parents. For the first time, however, I could detect a look in their eyes. A look of disappointment, or worse yet, a look of suspicion. This made me extremely sad as Schmidt and I made our way out of the house. My fear, stress, and personal grief all came to a head at that point. I whirled on Schmidt when we got into our cars.
You know, Schmidt, you're a real prick. You could have spared Mike's parents from that news about Dale and Kate. They already had enough grief with the loss of their son, and it's bad enough you have to tell them his body has disappeared, but then you throw out there that one of his friends is missing, and another murdered? You're a real piece of work, a real asset to the Simi Valley PD. You probably get awards all the time for your sensitivity. Hell, when you retire someday, you should get a job as a grief counselor. You'd be real fucking good at it.
I was near yelling by that point. I knew I was losing my cool, but I had enough. I wanted to give that smug bastard a piece of my mind. Strangely, though, I didn't seem to evoke the reaction from Schmidt that I was looking for. Instead of looking contrite or apologetic, his hawkish glare only intensified.
Murdered, he said.
What? I stammered.
Yeah, in your little rant you alluded to the fact Miss Winters was murdered, smiled Schmidt. Although in the house, I just said she was found dead. She could have died from natural causes, or an accident. Could have fallen down the stairs. But you know she was murdered. How is that, Jack?
I realized that I'd fucked up. Fucked up bad. Schmidt baited me, and I fell right into his trap. I needed to make a course correction real fast. I just surmised that's what you meant, I said. When you said Dale was gone and you found Kate not in a good way, those were your words. I came to the conclusion she might have been killed, and then Dale took off. That's all. I didn't like the pleading tone in my voice. I sounded like an 8-year-old making lame excuses after being caught cheating on a test. Replied Schmidt.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of this when we have our chat at the station. You can follow me.
I was hit with a small wave of relief. At least he's not arresting me, I thought. Not yet. So I got in my car and started to follow. As I pulled away, I took one last glance at Mike's family home. Larry and Ida were watching me from the window. I had a few minutes to myself as I followed Schmidt. I took stock of the current situation, and it sure as shit wasn't good. One friend turned into a vampire and now dead. One friend was dead but now likely a vampire. And one friend bled dry and left for dead. Correction, for all the fuck I knew, Kate might be coming back as a vampire as well. On top of all of that, my best friend's parents now think I have something to do with their son's death. This realization made me heavy with sadness. Worst of all, I thought, is that I'm in serious danger of being arrested by Joe Friday. And I couldn't afford that. I had to get to the tunnel with Steve before dark, or we would lose another night. Another night that Alexandria is allowed to roam the streets of Los Angeles. Or, most likely, coming to see me. After getting to the police station, I was escorted into one of the interrogation rooms. I felt like a nervous virgin on her wedding night, not knowing what was going to come next. As a teen, I never had any brushes with the law, but I had seen enough cop shows to know Schmidt would let me sit there and sweat a while. That a while turned out to be nearly 2 hours. That bastard, I thought.
and I didn't have access to a payphone to give Steve a call. It will probably be a couple hours yet till he wonders what is holding me up. I needed to get out of the station as soon as possible. I cursed my earlier slip-up with Schmidt, but I figured my best course of action was to deny knowing anything about Dale and Kate, and hope to Christ there were no witnesses who saw Steve and I around the apartment. Finally, Schmidt made his entrance. He seemed to have a spring in his step. He gave me a smile of triumph as he threw down a folder on the table.
Okay, Mr. Walker. This file contains everything we know about you and the attack on your friend Mike, resulting in his death, as well as the subsequent theft of his corpse. Also, evidence linking you to your friend Dale's disappearance and the murder of his girlfriend, Miss Winters. It's all here. What do you have to say?
At first, I was stunned, processing everything Schmidt had just said. He almost had me believing I was guilty. Then I recalled a conversation I had once with one of my father's friends, a detective with LAPD robbery homicide. He explained how one of the classic cop interrogation techniques was for the interrogator to throw a thick file in front of the suspect and allude to the fact that they have uncovered far more evidence than they actually had, in the hopes of having the suspect decide the jig is up and come clean, handing the cops a neat confession. Well, I wasn't going to give Schmidt the satisfaction. I figured the file contained nothing but blank paper. For the next 3 hours, I let Schmidt grill me while I patiently answered his questions and politely countered all his accusations. I stuck to my original story about finding Mike after the surmised dog attack, and completely denied knowing anything about the disappearance of his body. Further, I feigned ignorance about anything to do with what happened with Dale and Kate. It soon became obvious that Schmidt had nothing on Steve and I visiting Dale's condo. In fact, he had nothing on me at all. It was all a fishing expedition. Schmidt didn't look very happy at the end, but he realized he had nothing to hold me on. At last, he slid his chair back with a disgusted sigh, stood up, and said,
All right, Jack. You're free to go. But I know you're holding something back. All these pieces are connected, and I think you're the center of it. People around you are dying or disappearing. I'd hate to be your friend. That's all I can say. Oh, and by the way, tell your friend Steve I'll probably want to speak with him tomorrow. Anyway, we're all done for now. But you can bet your ass I'll be keeping my eye on you.
I gave Schmidt a nod of acknowledgement and walked out of the room. The first thing I did was walk out to the lobby and find a payphone. I called my apartment and Steve answered.
Jesus Christ, Jack.
Steve exclaimed upon hearing my voice.
Why haven't you called? I called over to Mike's parents a few hours ago, and they told me that detective had taken you away. We're fucked, dude. I made the rounds to the churches to get what we need, but it's going to be dark in an hour. There's no way we're going to have time to get over to the tunnel tonight.
I looked at the clock on the wall. Shit. You're right, Steve. Schmidt really fucked us up. Okay, you sit tight. I'm coming back, and we'll set up our defense for tonight. Steve acknowledged, and I hung up. After leaving the police station, I headed towards the on-ramp for the 118 freeway to head back to North Hollywood. It would take me right past the area where the old tunnel was, and I had a bad feeling about wanting to go there until the next day, but I knew it would probably be suicide going in there at night. As I got off the freeway at Topanga Canyon, I realized I'd be going right past Larry and Ida's house. I felt bad about the way I had to leave their place, with Schmidt making me look like I had some role in their son's body disappearing, or worse yet, something to do with his death. I knew I had to stop by and set things right. I had to do it in person, not with a phone call. 5 minutes later, I was pulling up in front of their place. It was dusk, and the pressure system had the Santa Anas blowing back in prime form. The palm trees along the streets were swaying and rustling in the wind. Other than that, the street was ghostly quiet. I walked up the pathway and rang the bell. After a moment, I heard a woman's voice say, "Come on around back, Jack. We're out by the pool.
Ida, I thought. I left the porch and started walking around the side of the house. Larry and Ida had a nice pool and outside bar in the back. I knew it well from the hundreds of parties us kids had enjoyed out there over the years. Just as I turned around the corner towards the back of the home, I had a sudden thought. If Larry and Ida were out here on the patio, then how did they know it was me ringing the bell? I barely had enough time to register this thought when a blur suddenly crossed my vision and I was knocked off my feet. Something that felt like sharp talons dug into my skin, and the next thing I knew, I was flying across the empty patio towards the pool. With a huge splash, I stomach flopped into the pool like a drunken sailor. Shocked and stunned, it seemed like an eternity until I came back up to the surface. Gasping for breath, I looked back at the patio to see what had hit me. The patio was empty.
Larry, Ida,
I yelled. There was no answer. All I could hear was the howl of the wind and the sound of the pool water lapping against the sides. But then, I had the realization I was not alone in the water. The pool lights were off, but I could vaguely see a shape moving at the bottom of the pool. I turned and started moving towards the ladder as fast as I could. I was almost there when a head popped up out of the water between me and the possible escape. With her dark, wet hair hanging over her face, Alexandria looked like a sweat-soaked Joan Jett at the end of one of her concerts. She gave me a wide, mischievous smile.
Hello, Jack. I'm so happy to see you again. Oh, look, you've made me all wet,
she purred. She threw her head back and gave a hideous laugh. As she swam towards me, I could see she was completely nude. Her full breasts were bobbing in the water, and those lips were so full and inviting. Her dark eyes looked so wanting, so lustful, and I felt them drilling into my soul. She was so beautiful, so wantonly sexy. I felt that flush again, that animalistic urge to rot like a mad dog. In the pool, right there, I had to have her. I reached out, grabbed her thin waist, and pulled her towards me. I felt her pubic bone grind into me.
Do me now, Jack,
she whispered into my ear. She put her mouth over mine eagerly. As she kissed me, my mind was filled with the most forbidden, perverted thoughts. My mind swam with images of violent sex, dominance, sadism, and torture. I had a burning desire to kill, fueled by unmitigated lust and violence. At that point, I surely would have been lost forever, my mind and soul completely ensnared by Alexandria's hypnotic power. There would have been no turning back. But then, I heard a familiar voice exclaim,
Hey, what's going on here? Who are you guys? Where's Larry and Ida?
I jerked my head around and saw Marty Fengold, Larry and Ida's next-door neighbor, standing next to the pool with his hands on his hips. I'd known Marty since Mike and I were kids. Nice enough guy, but he could never seem to keep any of his 3 previous wives. As a result, he lived alone and became sort of the friendly neighborhood busybody. He prided himself on knowing what everyone else on the block was up to. Poor bastard, I thought. He just stumbled into something he never could have imagined. In this case, curiosity really was going to kill the cat. Before I knew it, Alexandria had splashed over to the edge of the pool and looked up at Marty. She flashed him a wide, flirtatious smile and said,
Oh, hello there. Larry and Ida are inside. I'm an old friend.
While still treading the water, she used her hands to squeeze her bobbing breasts.
I really needed to get in the pool. I was just so hot. I just had to cool off.
Marty stood there, like a deer in the headlights, frozen and transfixed. For once, I was an observer to her powerful sexual charms,
and I could see from the glossy look in Marty's eyes that he was fully under her spell.
You can have me,
I heard Alexandria say seductively.
in any which way you want.
I barely had time to yell out, "No, no, don't listen to her," when Marty fell to his knees on the edge of the pool, panting and almost chanting in a mantra.
Yes, yes. You are so beautiful. I want you. Need you.
In one fluid motion, Alexandria reached up and grabbed him by the shirt and yanked him into the pool. Marty showed no shock or surprise, gave no resistance, but simply put his arms around Alexandria, as if in an embrace, in preparation for his lover's kiss. Then, to my horror, she turns to me, gave me a sly smile, and laughed.
You know, Jack, I don't give a damn about my reputation. A girl can do whatever she wants to do, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Lyrics straight out of the Joan Jett Bad Reputation album. How the fuck did she know of my fantasy of her as Joan Jett? I wondered. She laughed knowingly, then opened her mouth to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth, dwarfed by 2 wickedly long incisors. As I watched helplessly, she turned and sank her teeth into Marty's inviting neck. He continued to smile, with a look of sensual pleasure, and as she began to suck out his life juices, as Marty's eyes rolled back into his head and what unbelievably looked like ecstasy, I could hear Alexandria murmur,
Oh, so succulent. So tasty.
That was enough for me. With her spell on me broken, I jumped out of the pool. I was closer to the patio doors than the walkway from whence I came, so I ran into the house. I could still hear Alexandria's sucking sound as she got her fill. Then I didn't see the footstool to Larry's easy chair, and I tripped over it and went flying. I crashed into the sofa, and my cheek made contact with something wet. I could now make out a coppery smell in the air. I looked again, trying to catch my breath. In the dim light, I could make out what I had feared the most. Alexandria had told Marty the truth. Larry and Ida were indeed inside the house. Just not alive. They were sitting together on the sofa, almost appearing to be holding hands as the high school sweethearts they once were. I could tell from the gashes on their necks that Alexandria had not just been satisfied with just killing Mike. She had to destroy those he loved as well. Choking on sobs, stumbling off the sofa and trying to regain my footing. Feeling my way, I half ran down the darkened hallway and towards the front door. I came out into the living room, where the large bay windows allowed the moonlight to freely enter and cast its ancient glow. I found the front door, fumbled with the locks, and opened it. I half expected Alexandria to be standing there to greet me, but she was not. Instead, it was the seconds-to-last person I ever wanted to see. But now, I could have kissed him. Detective Schmidt pushed his way inside, already drawing his service revolver.
What the fuck is going on, Walker? Why are you soaking wet? Where are the Thompsons?
I stammered.
Detective, Mike's parents are dead. She's here. She'll kill us. We have to get out. We have to get out now. Dead?
Schmidt asked, now leveling his revolver directly at me.
I had a feeling I needed to tail you. So, I followed you here. I was in the car until I noticed the house was mostly dark. Then I realized something was wrong. I'm going to ask you one more time. Where are Mr. and Miss Thompson?
I finally could think coherently.
God damn it, Schmidt. They were killed by Alexandria, a vampire. She killed Mike and Kate and probably Dale as well.
I continued, my confession now spilling out.
I saw her kill Mike the day I went to his apartment. Since then, she's been after me. My friend Steve and my girlfriend have been planning a way to track her down and destroy her. But she was here when I came to see Larry and Ida.
They're dead in the family room, and she just killed the neighbor out back by the pool, feasting on his blood right now. But she'll probably be done any minute, Schmidt. She won't let me live. We have to get out of here, now.
There was a look of indecision on Schmidt's face, and for a fraction of a second, I thought he believed me. But really, who possibly could?
Let's go.
Schmidt said, gesturing with the gun towards the hallway.
Take me to the bodies and then we'll talk.
I knew I had no choice but to listen to him, but I had to try to make him prepared. Listen, Schmidt, I tried to warn him. If you see Alexandria, she's a young girl, very attractive. You don't know how much so, but you can't fall for her charms. You must fight her. She's more dangerous than you will ever know.
Uh-huh,
Schmidt replied.
a real looker, I'm sure. I think I've got the killer right here. Keep your hands where I can see him. Move,
he commanded. We made our way back into the family room, where the doors of the patio and pool were still open wide. Schmidt turned on one of the lamps. There on the sofa were Mike's parents, hand in hand, as I had last seen them.
Holy fuck,
exclaimed Schmidt.
You're one sick bastard, Jack. You're gonna fucking fry for this.
Damn it, I didn't do this, I yelled. These people were practically my second parents. It was her, Alexandria.
Schmidt, resolutely pointing his gun at me, gave me a look of contempt.
You really expect me to swallow your vampire story, Walker? I've been a policeman for 20 years. If there's one thing I'm sure of, this world is indeed full of monsters, but only human monsters like you. There are no such thing as vampires.
Are you sure about that, detective? Came a surly voice off to our right. Schmidt and I abruptly swung our eyes towards the open door to the back patio. Alexandria, still nude and dripping water, stood in the doorway. She gave her usual disarming smile, her shark-like teeth now gone once again. Marty's blood was smeared all over her face and body. As I watched, she ran her hand across her breasts and then licked her black-painted fingernails. Schmidt didn't seem to notice. He was already captivated by Alexandria's evil sexual charms. She took a few steps forward. You know, detective, she purred. I always had a thing for older men. Young studs like Jack here are sometimes too quick to pull the trigger, if you know what I mean. I like a man who's been around and really knows how to please a woman. She said that while giving me a glance and sending me a wink. Bitch, I thought.
Yeah, I know what you mean,
mumbled Schmidt, now clearly under her spell.
I can satisfy you. I will satisfy you.
Oh, I know you will, crooned Alexandria, as she rubbed her breasts, further smearing Marty's blood all over, making them slick and inviting. Nude, it was impossible not to lust over her lean and athletic body, her flat, hard stomach, toned biceps, long and well-muscled legs, and that ever-so-inviting promise of nirvana that lay between them. I knew that laying with her would be pure ecstasy, the best sex a man could have, the ultimate experience. Bethany could never fulfill me on that level. Who needed her? She was dead weight. Alexandria was who I needed. She would fulfill my every sexual fantasy and then introduce me to ones I never knew existed. Suddenly, an inner voice screamed out so loud it physically hurt. It was as if someone had used an air horn and blasted my eardrums. It forced me to cry out as I bent over and grasped my head. The voice was female and seemed oddly familiar. Very clearly, the voice yelled, "Wake up, Jack. You have the power from within. Seize it. Use it. You can resist. Fight, Jack." And then the voice told me what I needed to do. I looked up and saw Alexandria, now ignoring Schmidt as she gave me a perplexed look, almost a look of worry.
What just happened, Jack? She asked. Was there a voice? What did you hear?
The voice had jolted me back to the present, and I'd snapped out from under Alexandria's sexual hypnotism. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the first thing that made a decent weapon, which was one of Larry's bowling trophies on the wall shelf. I threw it with all my strength, and it made contact directly with Alexandria's face. As her nose pancaked and blood flew everywhere, she staggered back, and then fell over the threshold back onto the patio. I only had a few seconds. I quickly grabbed Schmidt, who was beginning to come around, and shoved him down the hallway towards Ida's sewing room. I could already hear Alexandria shrieking behind me as she started to scramble back into the family room. I got to the sewing room, pushed Schmidt inside, and slammed the door. "Schmidt, quick, give me a hand," I yelled as I started moving a chest of drawers away from the wall. Schmidt quickly recovered his senses and helped me move the heavy chest over in front of her.
Jack, oh my God,
Schmidt cried.
what just happened? That girl, so attractive. I wanted to. Never had those feelings. I'm so ashamed. What is she, Jack?
"She's a fucking vampire, Schmidt," I replied. "I first met her at Halloween night at a party with my friends. I had doubts about her then. She had no reflection. I was worried and went to see Mike. That's when I saw her seducing and trying to kill him. I hit her with a crucifix, but she later got to Dale and killed Kate. Dale became a vampire and tried to kill me in my own home. I knew you'd never believe me, so I didn't tell you the truth. I'm sorry I lied to you, Schmidt, but you see now, don't you?"
I don't know, Jack.
Schmidt said, now regaining some of his composure.
She's using some hypnotic drug or something. Maybe a cultist. Another Manson thing. She's just a girl, Jack. But no doubt dangerous if she really killed the Thompsons.
"She did kill the Thompsons, you fucking idiot!" I yelled. I was getting pissed all over again. "And she's going to get in here and get us. But the voice told me to come get this," I said, and I made my way over to a desk at the far wall.
Voice?
Schmidt managed to ask, before we both froze in fear. From the other side of the door, we heard Alexandria whisper,
Oh, Jack, you're going to pay for this dearly. I was going to let you die with a smile on your face and an ultimate orgasm, but now I'm going to make you die horribly and painfully. I'll drink your blood slowly, so it will take you 30 minutes to die. You'll feel your life force slowly draining out while making me stronger. Your vision will get darker and darker, and your limbs colder and colder. The last sensation you'll ever know is when I rip your jugular right out of your throat.
Jesus Christ,
muttered Schmidt. "She's a psycho."
Hey you,
he said loudly.
Alexandria or whatever your name is. I'm a cop, and I'm armed. If you come in here, I'm going to shoot to kill.
We could hear Alexandria give a maniacal laugh.
I think Jack can tell you how well that will work out for you. You don't believe in vampires, Detective? Well, in a few moments, I don't think you'll doubt our existence. For as long as you live, which, unfortunately for you, won't be much longer.
Another cruel and sadistic laugh. Suddenly, the door exploded in splinters of wood and paint. The chest of drawers pinwheeled across the room like it was a child's toy box. If either Schmidt or I would have been standing directly in front of the door, we probably would have been killed right then. The nude and beautiful Alexandria stood in the doorway. But as she spoke, her body began morphing into something as of yet unidentified.
It's the same old story with you mortals, never believing in something your puny minds cannot comprehend. My kind has been around you for millennia, living amongst you, feeding on you. Yet you relegate us to the stories of folk tales and legends and pretend to be scared of our ridiculous Hollywood personas. But that's how we continue to exist, because your kind scoffs at our existence as too wild to believe. Our only true enemy is a section of our own kind, a clan of vampires that believes in coexisting with the human race, who blend in and find other ways to feed. This turncoat clan is also sometimes aided by humans who know the truth, and willingly join the clan as so-called vampire slayers.
As she pontificated, Alexandria's ears elongated into bat-like appendages, twitching and moving in tandem. The pupils of her eyes became serpent-like slits, ringed by irises that took on the reddish glow of a nightmare predator. Rows of wickedly serrated teeth grew in elongated mouth, resembling those of a monstrous anglerfish. 2 prominent incisors slid downwards, resembling 1-inch pointed daggers. She gave a hideous smile and outstretched her arms. As Schmidt and I stood, transfixed in horror, her arms elongated, and her hands grew several more fingers, forming the ribs over which grew a thin membrane that extended down and attached to her sides. Once her transformation was complete, Alexandria fully opened her hideous bat-like wings. She turned from side to side, strutting in a warped parody of a supermodel on the fashion runway.
Behold, now you see the real me, she hissed.
My God,
Cried Schmidt.
what the fuck are you?
The bat thing smiled, radiating pure malevolence, and spoke.
The real Alexandria. A name I took for myself millennia ago, when I was a young girl living in that ancient port town on the Mediterranean. My father was a merchant in grain and cotton, who did well for himself, trading along the maritime routes between our city and the rest of the ancient world. I was a good girl, honest and pure, who worked for my father's business and had hopes of soon being married to a suitor who had received my father's blessing. But then came the Battle of Alexandria between the Romans Octavian and Mark Antony, when our beautiful city came under siege. One night, while I was out fetching some water from a nearby well, I was attacked by a Roman soldier. I was defiled, and I remember clearly the moment he bit deeply into my neck, and I felt my life's blood being sucked out in earnest. My father found me the next morning and took me home. Later that day, while still hearing the sounds of the fighting outside, I died. My family, of course, thought I died of my injuries. With the siege still going on, they placed my body in a back room until they could arrange for burial. I woke up that first night, and I still remember the feeling of being reborn as one of the undead. I knew immediately I was just one member of an ancient clan, a group of creatures blessed and sanctified by Lucifer, what you know as vampires. I could sense others like me not far away, and I could feel the evil coursing through my veins, the embracing of sin, decadence, depravity, moral corruption. I wanted to relish in sexual pleasure, pain, torture, and death. All those feelings and emotions came flooding into me, and I first sat up and looked at my surroundings. But above all, I had the thirst, the sudden craving for blood. It was all-consuming, and I knew where I could find it. So, I got up and walked to my younger brother's room. His astonishment at seeing his dead sister approach his bed was priceless. Without hesitation, I jumped him.
Then Alexandria gave Schmidt and I a melancholy smile, like she was reminiscing a very fond memory. But what she said next chilled our bones to ice.
I had my way with him, with my own brother. It was exhilarating. to break all taboos, to know no limits to what I could do. When I was done, I tore his throat out. Oh, his blood was so delicious. I greedily gulped down every spurt that timed to the beat of his heart. The pleasure was so intense, I had the best orgasm of my young life. To this day, my first kill was the best. I guess you could say I popped my cherry.
Alexandria cackled like the demented demon she was.
After that, I went down the hall and killed my parents. I no longer had any feelings for them, their lives, or my family. I had a new family, a family fathered by the Prince of Darkness, a family that kills at will to satisfy their lust and thirst, all with no more thought than swatting a fly.
You're one sick fuck,
Spit Schmidt.
and one ugly motherfucker too. Let's see you walk away from this, you bitch.
I watched as Schmidt pulled out his service revolver, a Smith & Wesson Model 27, and fired point blank at Alexandria's head. He did a double tap, and 2 round holes appeared on her forehead. As she staggered back, he fired 4 more of the .357 Magnum rounds into her chest, emptying his cylinder. It was a valiant effort, but I had no illusions that the bullets would actually inflict any damage. Behind my back, I tightly clutched the item I had retrieved from Ida's desk. It wasn't much, but I hoped to God it might save our lives. Just a few seconds later, while my ears were still ringing from the gunfire, Alexandria flew forward and gave Schmidt a backhanded slap that sent him flying. He sailed across the room and hit the wall with a crash.
Pitiful human,
She sneered.
how many of your kind have tried to destroy me over the centuries, only to die at my hand? I am immortal, you fool.
Schmidt coughed up some blood, and with hooded eyes, raised his middle finger, and responded with a,
Bite me, you bitch.
At that moment, my heart swelled, and I groggily had to respect that by-the-book son of a bitch. I could see Alexandria's incisors grow longer and slide out like a pit viper ready to strike, and I knew Schmidt would be dead in seconds if I hesitated. I pulled out the Bible that was behind my back. Ida had mentioned the Bible from time to time in our family get-togethers. It was several hundred years old, originating from the old country in Eastern Europe, where Ida's family had immigrated from. Ida's great-great-grandfather had been a priest in the Catholic Church during the old Austrian-Hungary Empire. The Bible had been blessed and was used during the 1867 coronation of Austrian Emperor King Franz Joseph as the King of Hungary, creating the dual monarchy of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. Later, it had been passed down through the family for generations and had been used in countless religious ceremonies, from births, baptisms, weddings, and funerals. Ira's father had eventually brought the Bible to America, and it had last been used during Mike's baptism. The Bible was a religious relic, infused with the righteousness of several generations of the faithful. I kissed the Bible, said a silent prayer, and slapped the book against Alexandria's head as hard as I could. Alexandria gave a screech that nearly broke my eardrums. As she reeled back, I could see the side of her head was caved in where I hit her. Her short hair was on fire, and her scalp was black and sizzling with smoke. Her right eye had melted, and the fluid was leaking down her face. Without hesitation, I whacked her again with the Bible, hitting her squarely in the chest. I lost grip of the Bible, and it fell to the floor. Alexandria collapsed to her knees, smoke protruding from her chest wound. It was obvious she was severely hurt. I scrambled for the book so I could hit her with it again, but she used one of her bat wings to swipe me away. I fell back and struggled to regain my footing. Unfortunately, I tripped over Schmidt's leg and fell to the floor. As I struggled to get up, I could see Alexandria was standing over me. Blackish blood was streaming down from the wounds to her face,
and I could see inside her chest where the Bible had hit her. She was obviously badly wounded, but she wasn't dead yet.
Jack, she hissed. I've seriously misjudged you. A worthy adversary, the best in centuries, in fact. But you can't kill me. You have failed. Now I'm going to rip your fucking heart out and take a bath in your blood. Close your eyes, Jack. I will make it quick.
As she leaned over me, I knew that I was going to die. My only regret was I would never see Beth again. I loved her so much, and I wasn't sure I really told her. I only hoped that she would remain safe and never go looking for Alexandria. She reached out and grabbed me by the neck. Within seconds, I couldn't breathe, and she continued to squeeze. I saw stars, and I began to get tunnel vision.
Goodbye, Jack.
I heard Alexandria whisper as her fangs brushed the nape of my neck. With my last coherent thought, I saw her suddenly snap her head up, apparently seeing something outside the room's window. Even with her bat-like face, I could see the fear and shock on her face. "You!" I heard her exclaim. Suddenly, she left my side, and I heard breaking glass as she jumped through the window. Then, I blacked out.
I could have been out minutes, or it could have been hours. Someone was gently shaking me. Jack, baby, wake up. Please, honey, wake up. I slowly opened my eyes. I knew it was still night because the moon was shining through the broken window. I looked up at the face of an angel. I smiled. I must be dead, I murmured. Only in heaven can there be someone so beautiful. The angel smiled and bent down and kissed my lips. Glad to see you still have a sense of humor, said Bethany. Although you have a hell of a mark around your neck. And that detective, Schmidt? He's still out cold. You're both lucky to be alive. I found 2 bodies in the other room and 1 out by the pool. What a massacre. Was it Alexandria? Damn, you're both lucky to be alive. Yeah, I said, now sitting up. I had some help. I can't explain it exactly, but thank God for this Bible here. I reached over and picked up Ida's Bible, still intact, and surprisingly not the worse for wear, despite having taken off half of the vampire's face. I was never going to let that book out of my sight. But I still don't know why Alexandria didn't kill me. She was just about to bite me when she saw someone outside the window, and she took off like a bat out of hell. Sorry for the pun. Well, thank God, said Bethany. You can fill us in back at your place. Steve is waiting for us there. We'll bring Schmidt along with us. Wait, I said, suddenly thinking clearer. How did you know I was even here? I just suddenly decided to swing by after I left the police station. Steve and I got worried when you didn't show up, Beth said simply. And I figured you might have stopped by to speak with Mike's parents again. As soon as I drove by and saw your car, I came inside and found you. Right. Okay, I said. Good thinking. I reached down and picked up Schmidt's gun. Well, let's get out of here. It's still dark, and we don't need another encounter with Alexandria in case she changes her mind and comes back. It took a bit of effort, but together, Beth and I managed to get Schmidt out of my car. He could afford to lay off a few of the donuts, I thought. I told Beth I would follow her back to my place in North Hollywood. It was around 2 a.m, and the roads in the valley were nearly empty of traffic. The Santa Anas were still blowing their dry winds, and as we headed south on Topanga, a lonely tumbleweed made its way across the road. With the car in motion, Schmidt started to come to.
Oh Christ, my head,
He moaned.
I feel like I did a rumble in the jungle with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, you took a pretty good backhand, Schmidt, I said. Christ, did you think you were fucking Wyatt Earp or something? I told you Alexandria was a vampire. You saw her change. All your bullets did was piss her off. You're damn lucky to be alive. We both are. But I'll give you credit. You stood your ground. I had a thought and gave a laugh. You kinda looked like Dirty Harry. You're one badass, Schmidt. Schmidt chuckled and replied,
Well, kid, you got some big cojones too. You've been facing her virtually alone for days now. And all that time you had me on your back. I apologize. And I'm very sorry I actually believed you would have killed your best friend. And now both his parents dead too. Jesus, what a tragedy.
You were just doing your job, Schmidt, I said. And no sane person would ever have believed me anyway. It's something you have to see to believe.
Totally agree with you there,
Replied Schmidt.
I'm on board. So what's the plan? There's no way in hell we let that bitch live. 2,000 years walking this earth is long enough.
We're heading to my place, I replied. Steve and my girlfriend Bethany both know the deal. She's the one who found us back there, by the way. Our plan is to try to get to Alexandria during the day. We were supposed to go to what we believe is her lair yesterday, but then you pulled me in and we lost the daylight. I went on to fill Schmidt in on the clues Mike had left before he died, and our theory that Alexandria may be holding up in the abandoned Devil's Maw tunnel during daylight.
Okay,
Said Schmidt.
that sounds like our best lead. It's just us, I guess. I don't think any of my colleagues would believe me any more than I believed you. We're on our own.
Well, glad to have you on the team, Schmidt. I smiled.
Hey kid,
He said.
all my friends call me Tom.
I laughed. All right, Tom. Let's do this. We lapsed into a silence for a while, each of us contemplating our inner thoughts. A few minutes later, we were cruising down Victory Boulevard. At the cross streets of Victory and Van Nuys, we could see a few die-hard hookers on the prowl, their short skirts blowing in the wind, still trying for one last trick of the night.
I worked Vice for a few years,
Offered Tom.
before getting to homicide. The world's oldest profession. Prostitutes have been around longer than even Alexandria. And now I know why so many women disappear every year and are never accounted for. Sure, many are killed by the human predators. God knows there are enough of them. But there are just too many that disappear without a trace, with no remains ever found. What a perfect feeding ground for the likes of Alexandria. They can kill to their heart's content, and no one really gives a damn.
Tom was silent for a moment, then asked,
Which begs the question, how many of these creatures are actually among us? How many just in this city? In the caves, the tunnels, in the sewers, all the abandoned buildings? Christ, it's a terrifying thought.
I don't know, Tom, I replied, but it looks like they can multiply fairly quickly. One thing about the legends is right. If allowed to die from a bite, the person comes back as a vampire. Tom gave me a sad look.
And your friend Mike got up and walked out of the morgue. He's out there somewhere. I'm sorry.
I nodded, unable to say anything further. Tom knew that sooner or later, I'd have to kill my best friend. When we got to my place, Steve was standing in the front door and looked more wired than I had ever seen him. Before I could say a word, he grabbed me and gave me a tight hug.
Jesus Christ, Jack. I was worried sick.
He began to rant.
I've been pacing the fucking floor all day. I thought you were coming back after you called from the station. I guess Beth found you. Ever heard of a fucking telephone, man? I've been freaking out. Kept expecting another fucking vampire to knock on the door and ask to be invited in. Man, it's good to see you. What the fuck happened anyway? You look like shit, dude. Christ, I'm rambling, aren't I?
Then Steve looked over my shoulder and saw Tom.
Oh, hi there, officer.
I had to smile. Although they had never met, Steve's fun-loving and juvenile ways had equipped him with a highly developed cop radar. He could spot one a mile away. "Steve," I said, "meet Detective Schmidt. Don't worry, he's on our side. Call him Tom. He and I just had a very upfront and personal encounter with Alexandria. Both the Joan Jett version and the monthly version, which you'll never want to see. Trust me."
Sure, real nice to meet you,
Steve said, thrusting out his hand to shake Tom's.
I should have recognized you. Jack described you as an asshole.
I froze, not believing even Steve would have the audacity for such an insult. But Tom just smirked, taking Steve's hand and retorting,
A title well deserved, I suppose. And you're Jack's surfer friend. You look quite a bit like my old friend George Greeno. I imagine you heard of him.
The cocky smile left Steve's face immediately.
Greeno?
He stammered.
You mean? Yeah, George Greeno.
Tom smiled.
We grew up together in Santa Barbara, spent most of our days on the waves. He's been credited for the design of the modest surf fin, as well as influencing modern surfers' more radical maneuvers.
I could see Steve's eyes take on a dreamy look.
Yeah, Steve exclaimed. And he was the first surfer to film the inside of the tube while riding a keyboard. His moves are legendary. Totally radical, man.
Well, said Tom, let me get cleaned up, and I'll tell you some stories of our time surfing together at Hollister Ranch.
But you'll have to call me Tom, okay?
Steve nodded vigorously, saying,
Oh, yeah, dude. That's super bitchin'. Sure, Tom. That'd be really cool.
Steve excitedly ushered Tom inside, without even sparing Bethany and I a second glance. On his way in, Tom turned around and gave me a wink. Beth and I looked at each other in amazement. Steve and Tom were as different as any two people could be, yet they had one common denominator: surfing. Go figure, I thought. I went straight to the kitchen and took out a cold Henry's out of the fridge. I held the cold bottle against my forehead. I desperately needed some relief from the raging headache that was hitting my head like a jackhammer. Christ, it had been a rough day. I felt like a fucking failure. Mike's parents were dead, and I'd failed to protect them. It was bad enough I couldn't save my best friend, but why hadn't I seen it coming? That Alexandria might pay his parents a visit. I should have been better prepared. Stupid, I thought. I felt tears silently stream down my cheek as I rolled the cold bottle from side to side of my forehead. On top of my nagging guilt, I needed sleep, badly. But there was a lot to plan for before dawn broke in the morning. I felt arms slip around my waist, and Beth placed her head on my shoulder.
"Jack," she whispered, "you did good today. Really. Mike's parents were already gone before you arrived. There was nothing you could have done. But you reacted quickly and protected yourself. You're the key to all of this, Jack. It's very important that you survive to fight another day. You're the one who can end this. To end Alexandria, Jack. And you saved the cop, Tom. He will play a role too. You, Steve, and Tom. The three of you together have the power. In your righteous might, you will all prevail against the Vampire King." I didn't know how Bethany knew all the things she was saying, but her words were strangely comforting. I wasn't sure exactly why, but I had faith in her ability to comprehend things beyond my own understanding. She took my hand, and we walked out into the living room. A few minutes later, after Steve and Tom had their own beers in hand, we proceeded to sit down and wargame our entry into the Devil's Maw in the morning. We knew we had to check out the old abandoned tunnel first and foremost.
There's no guarantee we'll find Alexandria in there. I cautioned everyone. We're going on the assumption Mike was trying to tell us something. He could have just been rambling before he died.
I don't think so, Jack, Bethany said. It's too much of a coincidence that Mike would reference a dark, below-ground, forgotten tunnel. An environment perfect for hiding the vampire during their day's sleep.
Yeah, and besides, Tom chimed in, it's our only lead. No choice but to follow it up.
Steve laughed and slapped Tom on the back.
Spoken like a true cop, dude. I agree with Tom. Let's hit the tunnel at first light.
All right, I concluded. So, let's go over our inventory of what we're going to need. First, our cave exploration items.
I got it all covered, man,
Smiled Steve.
While you were tied up with Tom yesterday, I went out and did a bit of shopping to add to the stuff we scrounged up earlier. Hold on,
he said, as he left the table. After returning with several bags, he inventoried each item as he placed them on the table.
Okay, said Steve. I got 3 sets of miner's carbide headlamps. Apart from providing a bit of hard hat protection, I figured these would be much more convenient as our main source of light. I got 3 in case Bethany came with us.
No, she's not coming, I said a bit quickly. Beth gave me one of her looks. Look, I know you're perfectly capable of protecting yourself, and Steve and I both saw what quick work you did on Dale. But you have studied vampirism better than any of us, and if something goes wrong in the tunnel, you need to be left standing to figure out what to do next. You are the least expendable of all of us. Are you okay with that? Beth smiled at me, and I had no doubt she saw through my subterfuge. Knowing I was trying to protect her, she simply said, "Yes, Jack, I'm fine. But don't get killed. I'd hate to have to put a stake through your heart. Got it?" She gave me a good punch in the arm. I reached out and squeezed her hand, in silent acknowledgement. Our attention turned back to Steve, who continued on.
Right, okay. So I also got 6 halogen flashlights. Step up from those old incandescent flashlights you had in the house, Jack. Also picked up a couple boxes of glow sticks, and just in case we need 'em, 2 packs of 50 feet lengths of heavy-duty climbing rope. And I brought these pair of high-rise boots, just in case there are any rattlesnakes in there, and a sweatshirt in case of spiders. I really don't like anything that crawls, slithers, or jumps.
Tom laughed.
What a fucking pussy you are, Steve. But I admit, probably very prudent. And great planning on your part. Looks like you got the cave exploration items covered. Now, what the fuck do we do when we find Alexandria? Or anything else that's not alive?
Steve pulled out another large bag. Jack will recognize a lot of these vampire fighting items that he put together previously, but I went out today and added a few more things. The best thing are the rosaries I found at a Catholic charity store down on Sunset. They're from the Vatican and are guaranteed to have been blessed by none other than the Pope John Paul II. Can't get any better than that. I figured we could wear them around our necks to give us the last line of protection. I also got 3 of them for, well... Steve looked at me sheepishly. "No, it was a good decision, Steve," I said. "We got Tom on the team now, so it's fortuitous you got the extras." "Great," Steve said, and then continued. "You've gotten the blessed holy water and some vials, Jack, but I had the idea it would be very useful to have some sort of projection capability. The kid in me had a simple solution. These squirt guns," he said, as he reached into the bag. 3 squirt pistols. I tested them, and they can shoot water out 20 feet. But best of all, I also found these water rifles. When pumped to compress the air, it can shoot out nearly 50 feet. I'd like to see Alexandria's face when you shoot her right between the eyes with this." I could see Tom giving Steve an admiring look. But not to be outdone, Steve reached back into the bag and pulled out several boxes that contained what looked like plastic eggs, only they were olive green in color.
These I got from the same outdoor adventure store as the water guns. They're used in outdoor combat games. They're basically water grenades. Normally, one fills them up with colored water or even paint, and they split open upon impact. But in our case, the sentence was finished by Tom, who cut in and said, "We're going to fill them with holy water." Fucking A Christ. Steve, what a brilliant idea. Now we've got some real firepower. You can be on my team anytime, he complimented. I could see Steve was enjoying Tom's praises. Jeez, I thought, those guys had really become a mutual admiration society.
Okay, guys, Bethany interjected. I picked up something that's probably the most important weapon you're going to need. The holy water, blessed rosaries, and the sanctified crucifixes and Bibles will offer you some protection, and you can inflict temporary injury and pain on the vampire, but you're going in there to kill her, remember? She reached onto the table and pulled a small wooden chest on the table. The chest was square with a rounded lid that had a small lock. The wood looked ancient, worn smooth from centuries of use. She opened the box. Sitting on a ruby-colored velvet cushion was a long knife. Bethany took it out and placed the box back on the floor. After she placed the knife on the table, we all leaned over to take a closer look. The blade was about 7 or 8 inches long. One side was razor sharp and curled up to a very nasty pointed tip, while the other had wicked-looking serrated edges. It looked a lot like a Marine Corps K-bar combat knife. One side for sticking and slicing, the other for sawing. There were 2 main differences between Beth's knife and the K-bar, however. This knife had a bright silver blade, and the handle appeared to be made from ivory. Etched into the blade was the Latin inscription, Deus lux mea est. The ivory handle was slightly curved and had indentions for the fingers. It was obviously designed so the user could grasp it firmly with as little slippage as possible. The knife was beautiful, but obviously an instrument for some serious killing.
"What does the inscription mean?" asked Tom.
It's Latin for God is my light, said Bethany.
"It's a real beauty," he admired.
It's more than 500 years old, she explained. Used by an esoteric wing of the Catholic Church dedicated to hunting down and killing vampires, lost to time and generations. Eventually obtained by the European collector of the occult and vampirism that I mentioned before. He understood the threat of the vampire, that they indeed live among us. Before I left my studies with him, he gave it to me. In the events I discovered in my research, any infestation of the vampire in America. Something to me just wasn't making sense with what Bethany was saying. In the back of my mind, I had already been having a growing doubt as to how she had gained her vast knowledge of vampirism. And this supposed study abroad in Europe, with a private collector of rare artifacts dealing with the occult. Who does that? And why would this collector let someone like her have access to such a secret and perhaps even illegal collection he had obtained from around the world? And now this knife, obviously a rare artifact, and one only used in killing vampires. Why would he give it up to her? I had so many unanswered questions, many of which I should have asked sooner, but I had been overtaken by events with everything moving so quickly. I just haven't had the time to sit down with Beth to ask. And even now, I was so tired. For now, I just had to trust what she was telling us. I loved her, and I knew she loved me. She would never lead us to danger. I knew it. If she said the knife is what we needed to kill Alexandria, then I believed her. The knife blade is pure silver, and it has been blessed by a long lineage of Catholic clergy, continued Bethany. Nevertheless, before you enter the tunnel, or even periodically thereafter, make sure that you dip the blade into your fresh holy water. This will make the blade extremely potent. Just as you saw with Dale, Such a blade through the vampire's heart will render them powerless and near death. What you must do then, without hesitation, is to take the blade and decapitate the vampire, and very, very important, as you do this, incite the holy words, Adjurete, Spiritus nesquissime, per diem omnipotentem. Say it correctly, and say it with true conviction. Only then, with the head removed, will the vampire be truly dead.
Steve nodded. I remember it from some of my readings that discussed the history of exorcisms performed by the Catholic Church. The translation is, I adjure thee, most evil spirit, by Almighty God. Exorcism rituals often begin with that phrase, he said.
Yes, Bethany replied. That's exactly right. It is one of the earliest incantations of the Church, used to exorcise the evil in the world. Either a demon in possession of a live body, or the vampire, in essence, a demon in the possession of a dead one. And there's one more thing, she said. Once you're in the Devil's Maw, don't expect to find Alexandria sleeping in some nice coffin like in a Hollywood movie. That's total BS. Vampires don't sleep as we know it, but they must hide up in dark and cool places to hold up in during the day that will protect them from the ultraviolet rays of the sun. However, they do rest of sorts, and for some time may not be immediately aware of the presence of any intruders, sort of like bats in a cave, resting but not necessarily asleep. The more surreptitious you are, the better your element of surprise. And, like a bat, she may not be lying on the tunnel floor, but could possibly be hanging from the ceiling. So keep your eyes out, and look all around. Stay in a tight group, and keep your rosaries displayed outside of your clothes.
All right, I concluded. Does everyone agree that we have what we need? If so, then let's go over what we do when we get there, and what contingencies we may face. For the next half hour, we wargamed the various scenarios we might expect to encounter in the tunnel. It was agreed that each of us, in addition to the rosaries around our necks, would carry one other blessed crucifix, one water pistol filled with holy water, 5 water grenades, 2 extra flashlights and batteries, and extra rope. In addition to the required load, Tom would carry the water rifle. I would carry Bethany's knife and Ida's Bible, and Steve would carry the extra rope, glow sticks, and a can of spray paint. By 3 a.m, we felt we had covered everything we could possibly plan for or foresee. The rest would play out in whichever way it would. We could only pray for the best, and that we would ultimately walk out of the tunnel tomorrow alive. We all said our goodnights and agreed to get up at dawn. I was so exhausted, I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I barely mumbled a good night to Bethany. I should have said more. I should have told her how much I loved her, because I would never have the chance again. I woke up with knocking on my bedroom door. Then Steve's voice.
Jack, it's dawn. Time we get moving. You awake?
Yeah, Steve, I replied groggily. I'm moving. Be out soon. I could see the bed was empty. Had Bethany already left? I wasn't sure if she had been upset that I wasn't going to take her to the tunnel. After all, she was the student of occultism and vampires. Was she disappointed I was robbing her of actually having the opportunity to enter a vampire's den? It would be a lifetime opportunity. Or had she just left for school? I knew she had some dissertations scheduled for this week. I wasn't sure, but either way, at least I knew she would not be in danger. A half an hour later, we were ready to roll. We decided to take one car. We were going to have to park in a discreet place off of the Santa Susana Pass, and then hike a bit to get out to the tunnel.
We loaded on my Mustang and headed down Victory Boulevard towards the 405 freeway.
It was a typical California fall day, comfortably warm and sunny.
The Santa Anas had pushed most of the usual smog out of the valley. The sky was a beautiful blue, and nary a cloud to be seen. It was a great day to be alive. Only problem was, I wondered if we would live to see the end of it. In the car, we were all quiet, as we each addressed our individual thoughts.
30 minutes later, we passed Spawn Ranch and pulled off into a small 2-track that led off of the Santa Susana Pass.
We took it to the end of the path and stopped the car. Sometimes there were hikers who made their way up here, but for the moment, there were no other cars parked in the area. After getting out of the car, I glanced up and across the canyon. I could see the Passage Club up on one of the hilltops. I was no doubt fired from my job by now, but I guess unemployment was still a more positive prospect than being dead. We took out our backpacks and set out. We walked for about 20 minutes through the sagebrush and the yucca. As we got closer, we could see no clear path, which was a good sign, as most people had forgotten about the Devil's Maw, and thus the area was not highly trafficked. Eventually, we came to the base of the mountain pass. Although we had come to this spot as kids, we could not immediately find the tunnel entrance. We walked another 5 minutes around the base, and eventually spotted an area well overgrown by yucca and a few Joshua trees. We had to push our way in a bit, picking up a few nettles and thorns as we went, and there we found it. The entrance to Devil's Maw. After the tunnel was filled in, it was always hard to distinguish, even when we were kids. Now, a decade later, with erosion and the ceaseless growth of the desert flora, nobody would know it was there. The only clue was a 3-foot hole into the side of the mountain. "This is it, gentlemen," I announced. "The entrance into the Devil's Maw." Tom shook his head.
Are you sure, Jack? This fucking hole looks barely large enough for a jackrabbit to get into.
"No, it is," said Steve. "I remember it when we were kids. And look." He pointed to the soft dirt around the base of the hole. "These are drag marks, and those look like handprints. With the rains, these would have had to have been made in the past day or two. Somebody dragged him or herself into this hole recently." Tom took a closer look.
Christ, I do believe you're right, he said. You'd make a good detective, Steve. I guess this is it then. There's no reason anyone will be squeezing into that hole.
"Unless they were urban explorers who knew about this place," I said. "But that's pretty unlikely. Only one way to find out." I took out my headlamp, switched it on, and took off my backpack. I held it in front of me and proceeded to push my way into the opening. "We'll be right behind you," I heard Steve say. The passageway was tight, and I ended up crawling more on my belly than on my hands and knees. The backpack served to push some dirt out of the way, and I also figured it might serve as a buffer if, God forbid, there were any rattlesnakes in the cramped space. As I pushed forward, the carbide headlamp shone bright, yet with the backpack in front, I couldn't really see much ahead of me. After a few feet in, I felt like a sluggish newborn in some dark birth canal. After about 20 feet in, I'm starting to feel a bit claustrophobic. I began to have the awful thoughts of what would happen if the passageway became further constricted and I suddenly became stuck, unable to move forwards or backwards, or worse yet, suddenly caved in, entombing me under thousands of feet of rock. Just when I felt I might start hyperventilating, I felt Steve slap the bottom of my boot, and I heard him say, "Right behind you, Jack. Just like being in the bonsai pipeline in Hawaii, man." I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tube surfers know the bonsai pipeline is also called the world's deadliest wave, because the reefs hide in shallow water, and with the heights that these waves reach, anyone hiding out onto the North Shore waters is at risk, possibly fatal risk, if they don't hit their marks perfectly. "I hope he didn't have any plans to be a motivational speaker, asshole," I said back. But it did the trick. and I once again regained my control. Suddenly, out of the blue, my backpack dropped from my hands. I could hear it drop to the floor of the tunnel below. When I reached the edge, my headlamp illuminated the large cavern of the tunnel ahead. The passageway entered at only about 4 feet above the tunnel floor. I extended my arms and allowed myself to fall out of the passage and plop to the floor. I moved out of the way, and a few seconds later, Steve dropped in. Right on his rear was Tom.
Almost felt like I was going to get stuck in there.
He wheezed. Well, if you lost a few pounds, that might fucking help, I opined. We all stood. We were there. In the Devil's Maw. I took a quick assessment of the tunnel. It was smaller than I imagined. It was about 15 feet of open circular space. I suppose large enough for the train track and several feet of trackside access on each side. The floor of the tunnel was littered with miscellaneous trash and paper, obviously stuff left from hikers before the tunnel was closed off. I could spot a few of those old 1930s green glass Coca-Cola bottles, and lying against one of the walls was a very dilapidated copy of the horror pulp fiction magazine Weird Tales. The cover was dated 1944, and ominously depicted an illustration of a scantily clad, red-headed vixen surrounded by flying bats. The caption read, "The Kiss of the Vampyre." With a shiver, I turned away. I put a finger to my lips and gave Steve and Tom the signal to stay as quiet as possible as we moved forward. Tom took the lead, carrying the water rifle. Our headlamps illuminated a fair distance down the tunnel, but the light seemed to almost get sucked away by the darkness. From there, we could not see the end of the tunnel. We shuffled forward cautiously, constantly scanning the floor, sides, and ceiling of the tunnel. Tom stopped at one point and turned to look at me. He whispered, "Wind." And after a second, I picked up on what he was saying. I could detect a slight breeze of air, seeming to indicate there might be some other vent or access to the tunnel. I nodded, and we continued moving. After about 20 more feet, we started seeing an interval of ancient kerosene lanterns, a few still remaining on the wall of the tunnel, but most on the floor, where they had fallen, surrounded by shards of broken glass. We also started spotting some miner's tools, pickaxes, and the like, long neglected and severely corroded. We kept moving. Then, when we were a few hundred feet into the tunnel, it happened. Tom was walking slightly ahead of us, Steve in the center, and I was a few feet behind, but close to the left side of the tunnel. I was glancing up at the roof when I felt the floor of the tunnel somehow give way. 1 minute I was walking, the next I felt myself falling. There was an intense, sharp pain in my right elbow as I hit the floor as my body fell through. Then, before I knew it, I landed hard. My wind was knocked out, and for a few moments, I lay there in a state of shock. I looked up and could see the hole in the ceiling where I had fallen through. Suddenly, I realized I'd fallen through some subterranean cavern that was under the actual tunnel. My headlamp had fallen off, but illuminated my surroundings. I had fallen nearly 20 feet, and as I assessed any damage I may have suffered, I could see I fortunately hadn't landed on any jagged rocks or protrusions. Other than my right elbow, I felt no pain or injury. I was lucky. I saw Steve's head poke through the hole above.
Hey, Jack. My God, are you okay?
He called out. "Yeah, Steve," I groaned. "I think so. It was a hell of a drop, but I don't think anything's broken."
Okay,
he replied.
hold on. We'll get the rope out and get down to you.
I gave Steve an acknowledgement and shakily got to my feet. My ankle felt sprained, but I could walk. I picked up my headlamp and took a look around. It seemed to be an underground cavern of sorts, or a cave, that was directly under the excavation they had done for the train tunnel. Its full dimensions far exceeded what was illuminated by my lamp. It could go on for miles, as far as I knew. Then, from somewhere down in the blackness, I heard a sound. I strained to hear it again, but all was quiet. The only sounds were Steve and Tom up above, apparently trying to rig up the rope. But then, I heard it again. This time, it sounded like someone shuffling. I wanted to move, to do something, but fear gripped me like a vice. The worst was that I couldn't see what was coming. Then I heard a rock get kicked and skitter along the floor. Whatever it was getting closer. I looked up to the hole.
Steve! Tom! I yelled. Get me the fuck out of here! I'm about to have company!
At this point, I didn't care about keeping our voices to a whisper. I knew our element of surprise was long gone.
Okay, man.
Steve yelled down.
We almost got the line together.
I turned around, and my blood ran cold. I could now see a shape emerging from the darkness.
My God,
I whispered. It was my worst nightmare come true. I would have gladly given my soul to have had it be my nemesis, Alexandria, the queen of the vampires herself. It would have been infinitely preferable to the horror standing now 20 feet away from me.
Jack, what an unexpected pleasure to see you. So nice of you to, drop in.
The thing before me chuckled and broadly smiled, revealing his new set of sharp incisors, dripping with foamy saliva. His eyes shone red, resembling those of a hungry wolf, ready to devour its prey. His hair was unkempt, and his face and body were smeared with dirt and soil from living underground. He was naked, the sheet from the morgue having long fallen off.
Oh, Mike,
I said, with tears streaming down my face.
What have they done to you?
The vampire took another step forward.
You got it all wrong, Jack. It's the best thing that could ever happen to me. I owe it all to Alexandria. Before I met her, I was just one of the billions of mindless sheep roaming this planet without a purpose. Just a slab of mortal flesh, already dying from the day I was born, destined to eventually rot in the grave. Her gift to me is immortality and powers unimagined by mortal men. No longer am I a sheep without a purpose. Now I hunt the sheep, and I take what I need. It's a thrill, Jack. The thrill of the hunt. The thrill of taking down prey. The thrill of having their salty blood coursing through my body. It's the best thing in the world, Jack. You can't imagine. But you'll know, soon enough. We'll be a team again, Jack. You and me. Together, we can rule this city. Alexandria is moving on soon. She always does. We'll be free to do what we wish. All those lost angels in the city of night, Jack. Think of it. It's the perfect feeding ground. When we're done, we'll make all the previous Los Angeles serial killers, Bonin, Bono, Corona, Kearney, Greenwood, and Manson, look like amateurs. What do you say, Jack? Let me help you break on through to the other side. Let's break on through the doors of perception.
I looked at the man I once thought as close as a brother, and it was incomprehensible to me that he could now be capable of having such evil thoughts and planning such vile murders and mayhem. His soul was clearly gone. The thing standing before me was nothing more than a hideous effigy of his former self. I felt a terrible sense of loss, almost as if a piece of me had died as well.
Your parents are dead, Mike. killed by Alexandria. Did you know that? I asked. I had hoped to get some reaction, to see some sense of humanity from my old friend. It was not to be. Not by a long shot. Fuck 'em, Mike spat. They were weak. Their righteousness was their undoing. They wouldn't have understood or appreciated the dark powers that could have been made available to them. They were barely alive when they were still alive. He gave a hideous laugh. Alexandria turned me and Dale. She wanted you too, but you resisted. I have to admit, she's quite upset with you, Jack. She thinks you don't have what it takes.
So give in to me, Jack, and prove she's wrong.
Mike stretched out his hand. Just then, I heard shouting from above the hole in the roof of the cavern. It was Steve and Tom. They were in a fight. I could make out the screams. Shoot, throw it, and watch out. Uh-oh, the Mike thing cackled. I think Stevie Boy and that stupid cop have their hands full. They must have met Charlie and Trish. They're my new friends. They're a very nice couple that bonded in their mutual love of urban exploration. They got more than they ever imagined when they bumped into Alexandria one night when they were exploring the old abandoned Murphy Ranch down in L.A. Steve! Tom! I yelled as I looked up towards the hole. What's going on? Are you all right? I wasn't going to get an answer. I could still hear yelling and the sounds of scuffling. I turned back towards Mike and was alarmed to see he had moved even closer to me. He was now 10 feet away. How did he manage to move that fast without me hearing? Oh, don't fret too much over Steve. He was always the loser in our group. The boy's got no ambition, no drive. 50 years from now, he'll still be hanging out on the beach in Malibu, fat and penniless, sucking down cheap margaritas, and still trying to score with the girls. He's a fucking bum and oxygen thief. He deserves to die. Good riddance, I say. I knew the real Mike loved Steve like a brother. And what Mike always respected in Steve was his independence and non-conformity to the usual norms. There was no way Mike would have ever looked down on Steve as a loser. And when we were all 12 years old, Mike got caught in a riptide off the shore of Santa Barbara. There were no lifeguards, but Steve fought the tides to reach Mike. For a few minutes, I thought they were both gone. But Steve managed to keep Mike above the surface, and eventually was able to break free of the tide and get Mike safely back to shore. If it wasn't for Steve, Mike would have drowned that day. The soulless creature standing before me didn't give a shit about that. His heart was black as coal, and as cold as ice. I resolved then and there that I would never let him get out of that tunnel. I had to kill him. Really kill him. I wondered then why Mike hadn't killed me already. He had gotten close, but had still kept his distance. He seemed more intent on trying to talk me into giving in to him. I didn't know vampires could be that fucking talkative. It didn't seem like the usual vampire approach. Then, suddenly, it hit me. The rosary. It was still around my neck. It was working. It was like wearing a talisman or a clove of garlic, and it was definitely keeping Mike at arm's length. But arm's length was all I needed. "I'm sorry, Mike," I said, my voice cracking. He gave me a perplexed look, not understanding my apologetic tone. Without warning, I took out my water gun, which had been under my jacket in a makeshift holster. I pointed it at Mike's face and pulled the trigger. The pistol had been well pumped, and the holy water came out in a high-pressure stream. The water hit him between the eyes, and within seconds drilled a hole right into Mike's forehead. The effect was equivalent to me shooting him between the eyes with a hollow-point handgun round. The back of Mike's head exploded, and what was left of his brain liquefied and sprayed out to the rear.
The remainder flowed out of his ears, nose, and mouth in a sizzling torrent. His bulging eyes had only a moment to register shock and surprise before they popped out of their sockets. Within moments, the flesh of Mike's face started to slow off, revealing his skull, surrounded by disintegrated muscle and cartilage. I could hear him gurgle something, no doubt a curse, as he began to stagger blindly around. I knew I had a limited amount of time before Mike reconstituted himself. Without hesitation, I stepped forward, withdrew Bethany's dagger, sprayed it with holy water, and plunged it into Mike's heart. Even with his face nearly gone, Mike produced a horrendous wail that echoed all through the cavern. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. Black ichor poured out of his ruined mouth. I pulled the knife out of Mike's chest and raised it to my eyes. It dripped with what was left of Mike's heart. "Please, God," I whispered, "take Mike's soul into your gentle care. He was a good man who didn't deserve this." Crying, I bent over and began to saw off Mike's head. The knife was small, but it was incredibly sharp. Still, it took a few moments of gruesome work until I managed to cut through the vertebrae. As I made the final stroke, I evoked the sacred words. "Adjure te, spiritus nequissime, per diem omnipotentem." I kneeled there, at Mike's side, my hands and arms slick with his thick ichor, and gently placed his head on top of his chest. It was done. I was suddenly jolted back to the present. "Jack! Jack!" I heard Steve shouting, his voice in a near panic. "Are you all right? Jack!" I had no idea how long he had been calling my name. "Yeah, Steve," I yelled back. "I'm fine. I heard fighting up there. Are you and Tom okay?"
Yeah, we're all right, Jack, came Tom's voice. We were jumped by two goons, a man and a woman. Had us on the defense there for a sec, but in the end, they lost their heads. "Hey, Jack," came Steve again. "We checked out the end of the train tunnel. It goes back another couple 100 feet, but then it ends. Looks like the cave in that killed those workers. It's solid. No way for anything to get in or out. All we found was some old bedding where these two goons may have been holding up, but no Alexandria." "There's a huge cavern down here," I yelled back. "It looks like it goes a lot further. I'll have to check it out. I already had company, so there may be more of them down here." "All right," said Steve. "Then hang tight. We're coming down." "No," I yelled back. "Someone needs to stay up there to watch the line. If someone threw the rope down after us, we'd never get out of here." "I'll stay,"
Tom volunteered. He probably knew full well it would be fruitless preventing Steve from joining me. It was agreed he'd give the water rifle to Steve so we'd have the additional firepower. 5 minutes later, after they had secured the rope line, Steve lowered himself down to where I was sitting, now nursing my throbbing ankle. He gave me a quick once-over, eyeing the now coagulating blood that covered most of my extremities.
"Christ, Jack, what the fuck happened?"
I simply pointed over to where Mike's body lay. Steve turned and illuminated the ruined corpse with his headlamp. Mike's near-fleshless skull looked back at us, the long incisors clearly visible, flashing in the light.
"Is it?"
Steve whispered. My silence was all the acknowledgement needed.
"Oh, Mike."
Steve choked as he dropped to his knees alongside the body, sobbing. I knew it would be hard on Steve. I knew that up to now, he really hadn't come to grips that Mike had been lost to us, that he had become one of the undead. I could only thank God that Steve hadn't heard all the vile things the vampire had said. For now, the best I could do was to just let him suffer his grief in silence. I didn't like leaving Tom alone, but we had little choice. After confirming with him that we would try to return in 1 hour, Steve and I started walking further into the cavern. I could see then that it was naturally formed, having existed under the train tunnel but never discovered. The 19th century excavators had been digging the tunnel, never knowing about it. It probably was the cause of the tunnel collapse, with the floor of the tunnel caving into part of the cavern below. Within a few minutes of walking, the initial cavern narrowed into a corridor of sorts, made what felt like a 45-degree turn, and then opened up into what can only be described as a massively large cavern. It was obviously not under the tunnel, as the ceiling went up hundreds of feet. Stalactites dripped down from the ceiling like icicles on a winter day. Hundreds of stalagmites rose up from the cavern floor to greet them. In the light of our headlamps, they shimmered in vibrant colors, some almost translucent, reflective of the rich mineral deposits that made up the desert earth. As I looked around, I could see small pools of water shimmering green in our lights. I was in awe at the majestic and undisturbed beauty all around us. It seemed so out of place to the horrors that were no doubt lurking in the shadows. "Steve," I whispered, "I think we're the first humans to have ever stepped foot in this place. At least in thousands of years. This cavern would be a speleologist's dream, I thought. And we'd be credited with discovering it. If we lived, that was." We continued to move forward through the cavern, looking for any sign of visitation, carefully casting out lights behind every stalagmite and boulder. After several minutes of traversing the cavern, we saw nothing. There was only one other corridor that led out. I looked at Steve. He gave me a nod and whispered,
It's a good thing we have extra flashlights. If we ended up in total darkness, we'd never find our way out of here.
We walked in, and after a few minutes, I noticed the floor had about a 10% slope. We were going deeper underground. At a few moments, the corridor narrowed to just a few feet across, and in one instance, we had to turn sideways to squeeze through the gap. At another location, the roof lowered to a point where we had to bend over to proceed. I realized then that we probably wouldn't get back to Tom before our hour limit. If there was one guy who had no patience, it was him. I could only hope he wouldn't try to come down after us. At last, we came out into another large cavern. "Watch it, Steve," I warned, pointing to the floor. On the other side of the pathway were open crevices, some deep enough that my light couldn't detect any bottom. If one of us fell down in one of those, we'd be dead for sure. We continued along, zigzagging around the many stalagmites jutting up all around us. Their matching stalactites loomed downwards, the pointed tips dripping water. The whole scene gave the illusion that we were walking through a giant mouth full of teeth, with the top incisors dripping, glistening wet in anticipation. The cavern felt wrong, somehow, and I could tell Steve was thinking the same thing. The further in we walked, the more my sense of dread heightened. This was amplified by a smell now wafting through the chamber. Not the normal smell of earth and minerals one encounters in a cave, but something sour, the odor of death and decay. I knew we were getting close. As we came around to the rear of one very large stalactite, I heard Steve take a sharp inhale of breath. I immediately turned to see what had shocked him. There, just feet away, was a man. He was on his side, fetus-like, curled between three smaller stalagmites. He looked to be in his early mid-20s, with long dark hair and an athletic build. Definitely Alexandria's type, I thought, and probably a white-collar worker. He was dressed in slacks and dress shirts, and still wore a sports coat. His penny loafers had the remainder of a shine to them. He couldn't have been turned very long. I took out the dagger and walked over to the man. As Steve took out his crucifix, he covered me with his water pistol. I poured holy water on the knife and plunged it down into the vampire's heart. Simultaneously, I clamped my other hand tight over his mouth. His eyes immediately flew open, first in shock, then in pain as I twisted the knife from left to right. His hands flailed at my face in a vain attempt to stop me, but I just pushed down harder. Black blood, as thick as 40W70 high-viscosity motor oil, pumped out of his heart. And with this taste, I could feel it flowing through my fingers as they struggled to muffle his screams. He struggled a few seconds longer, but I kept twisting the knife until I could see his red pupils dim and finally fade away. Without skipping a beat, I yanked out the knife with a sickening pop and began sawing off the vampire's head. As I did so, I had a moment of empathy for the young man. He was someone's son, maybe someone's brother or boyfriend, another victim of Alexandria's bloodlust, an unwilling sex slave for her evil desires. When I was done, I stood up and looked at Steve. His face was grim, but he gave me a nod and an encouraging squeeze of the arm. After wiping the knife off with my bandana, we started making our way further into the cavern, what I was pretty sure now was Alexandria's lair. As we walked, scanning the floor and ceiling of the cavern carefully, we began to see several more objects showing evidence of long-term occupancy. A random boot, a woman's stiletto heel, a man's jockey short, a girl's halter top, some shorts or blouses, even a ragged Stetson, all littered the area. Alexandria had been a busy girl. I saw something shine in my light, and I bent over to take a look. It was a pinback badge for the Wells Fargo Security Services. I put the badge in my pocket. It was numbered, and I figured if any security guard went missing, the badge could confirm that person's fate. Then, without warning, something flew out of the darkness and landed on Steve's back, slamming him hard to the ground. His headlamp went flying and degraded our visible light by half. Steve started struggling with what sounded like a snarling dog. I could hear snapping and growling. "Steve, hang on!" I shouted as I ran over to him. I got a good hold on whatever it was and yanked it off of him. The thing flailed and started screaming like a banshee. As I fought it, I could feel breasts and realized it was a woman. A long mane of dirty blonde hair obscured her face, but I could get flashes of a snarling mouth filled with sharp incisors. I finally was able to throw her down on the ground, and I attempted to pin her arms down without getting bitten. Then, as her hair fell back, I looked upon her face in total astonishment. For a moment, I couldn't process who I was seeing. It was Kate. But Steve and I had seen her dead, in Dale's apartment, with her throat torn out. She must have turned. It must have come back. The once immaculate valley girl that I knew was now a filthy, reeking Nosferatu. Kate's eyes also registered recognition, and she stopped struggling. She smiled wide, fully revealing her new set of teeth.
"Why, Jack,"
She purred.
I didn't know it was you. What a pleasant surprise. Of all places to bump into each other, and I'm such a mess, too. You must think I look like a real troll.
I didn't respond as I looked over to see how Steve was doing. He was only now slowly coming to his senses, struggling to sit up.
You know, Jack,
Kate whispered seductively.
I always had a thing for you. For a long time. Dale never could satisfy me. A woman needs a real man. Like you. You can fuck me, Jack. Right here. Right now. I need to be fucked, Jack. Hard.
As I watched, Kate extended her tongue and ran the tip seductively around her full lips. My head started to swoon. I tried to tune Kate out, but her eyes were so compelling. I couldn't control my hands as I released her arms. She smiled wider as she brought her hands up to her blouse. She undid her buttons, revealing her breasts.
You like them, Jack? I want you to kiss them, Jack. Lower your head and suck my breasts. Now, Jack.
I knew it was wrong as I felt my head coming down towards hers, but the thought of ravishing her on the dirty cavern floor somehow filled me with a decadent, animalistic lust. "Jack, you lost your rosary, Jack!" I heard Steve shout. I didn't care what he was saying. I lowered my head further. I could see Kate's eager anticipation in her eyes. Then, suddenly, I was violently pushed off of Kate. As I shook my head, trying to regain my senses, I could see Steve now on top of Kate. "You fucking prick!" I could hear Kate growl. "I'm gonna rip your heart out." Steve took out one of his green water grenades. "I don't think so, Kate," he said. "And I always thought you talked too much." With that, he jammed the ball into Kate's mouth and slammed her jaw shut. Her incisors did a quick job in puncturing the thin plastic, resulting in 5 ounces of holy water exploding down her throat and up her nasal cavity. Within seconds, her beautiful face turned black and her skin sizzled off. Her eyes popped out of their sockets and liquefied brain poured out of her nose and ears. Her chest caved in, and what was left of her internal organs turned to mush and poured out over the floor. "Steve, the knife," I said, as I tossed it over to him. I didn't know if Steve would show any hesitation, not having performed the gruesome task before. But he did not. He kissed the blade and began decapitating what was left of Kate's corpse as he recited the sacred words. In a few minutes, he was done. We sat there, on the cavern floor, exhausted, and looked at each other. "How many more of our little group are we gonna lose to that bitch, Jack?" Steve asked, in obvious reference to Alexandria. "It's just you and me now, Kimasabi." I smiled. But she picked the wrong group of friends to pick on this time. Steve smiled back. "True, but one word of advice, from one friend to another. You really gotta learn to control your horny impulses. Another few seconds and Kate would have made sure you came and then went." With a groan, I helped Steve to his feet and picked up his miner's cap. The light was broken, but we had extra flashlights. We moved on towards the unexplored side of the new cavern. At one point, we could see a very wide crevice that was only a black void when we shined our flashlight down the hole. It seemed to be bottomless. We continued to find personal effects and clothing strewn across, but we didn't encounter any more undead. About 10 minutes later, we discovered another tunnel that exited the main cavern. It was fairly narrow, and also had a downgrade, indicating that we were heading even further underground. I had no idea at this point how deep we were, but it had to be thousands of feet below ground. Then, suddenly, we could hear a sound coming from somewhere further down the tunnel. The sudden transition from total quiet was completely jarring. The sound was faintly melodic, like someone singing. Steve and I looked at each other, and then continued down the tunnel. Step by step, the sound became clearer. It was definitely someone singing, and it was a woman's voice. A few more steps, then I abruptly stopped. Steve whispered, "Jack, those lyrics, is that..." His voice trailed off. "Yeah," I answered. "It's Joan Jett. Do you want to touch me?" One of my favorites. The verse of the song I knew so well wafted down the tunnel, raw and sexually erotic, yet at the same time beautiful and melodious.
We've been here too long, trying to get along, pretending that you're oh so shy. I'm a natural man, doing all I can, my temperature is running high. Crying at night, no one inside, and we got so much to share. Talking's fine if you got the time, but I ain't got the time to spare.
But when it came to the chorus, the singer changed the lyrics, and then there was no doubt who was behind the siren-like voice.
Do you wanna touch Jack? Do you wanna touch me there? Where? Do you wanna touch Jack? Do you wanna fuck Jack? Do you wanna touch me there? Where? There, yeah.
It's Alexandria, I told Steve. She knows we're here. We've lost any element of surprise. Steve squeezed my arm.
Kinda figured we'd never be able to sneak up on the likes of her. Direct confrontation. The way I like it anyway.
He said. All right, I replied. Into the lion's den we go.
More like the Vampire Queen's den.
Steve corrected.
Just be careful, Jack. She's got a real hard-on for you.
It's just my rugged good looks, I shot back. Sorry, she's obviously not turned on by blonde surfer boys. We gave each other a hug, not knowing if it would be our last. We then double-checked all our gear. I poured holy water on Beth's knife. Steve made sure the water rifle was pumped and ready. I pulled out my crucifix and kept it at the ready. With everything in order, all we needed to do was follow the music to where it would lead us. I would like to tell you now that Steve and I, with our righteous might, defeated Alexandria. After all, we are taught that good always triumphs over evil, right? Well, I can personally attest that that is total bullshit. Sometimes good does not triumph over evil. Have you often wondered why an inherently bad person, say a narcissist or sociopath who bullies their way through life at the expense of others, lives to a very old age, whereas a godly or inherently good person who has nothing but love and forgiveness for their fellow man and woman happen to die of cancer at 30? History is replete with examples of evildoers getting away scot-free, living long lives without retribution. We don't like this inconvenient fact, but it's often true. Steve and I entered the last cavern, this one more of a chamber, very small and circular in shape, maybe only 100 feet in diameter. We took a few steps inside. Again, crevices littered the floor, no doubt with bottomless pits below. Near the far side of the room, there was an elevated slab of rock, forming a platform up near the ceiling, making a throne of sorts. And there, on her throne, was the Queen of the Vampires herself, Alexandria. Not dressed in any royal attire, nothing befitting her status as the Queen of the Undead. No, rather, she was wearing a pair of blue jeans, tight and sexy, with holes in the thighs. On top, she wore a black half t-shirt, which exposed her flat and well-toned belly, and being sleeveless, showing off her muscled biceps. I could see the nipples of her braless breasts thrusting against the confines of her shirt. Her wrists were accentuated by several bands of leather bracelets. Her black, feathered shag hair accented her beautiful face, her dark brown eyes rimmed with mascara. If there ever was a Joan Jett from my wildest wet dream fantasy, this was it. Even without her vampiric powers, it was enough to turn me on. And she fucking knew it. Welcome to my boudoir, boys, Alexandria announced. You should be honored. You're the first humans to ever set foot here. Alive, that is. She chuckled. Jack, I'm partially pleased to see you. You know, you've been a real thorn in my side, sticking your nose into my business from the day we met.
I think maybe you're the best adversary I've faced in several hundred years. I admit, you coming here to face me takes guts. You have a fierceness, a tenacity that I admire. You're a fighter. I respect that in you, Jack. I even forgive you for hitting me with that fucking Bible.
I was trying to protect my friend, I retorted. Why did you have to attack Mike? Why did you pick him? What did he ever do to you? Well, he's free from you now. I killed him. His soul can now rest in peace. You've lost him, Alexandria. The smile immediately left Alexandria's face.
Yeah,
Added Steve.
along with your other trophy boy, the kid in the nice business suit, and the two goons who greeted us on the way in.
Upon hearing that, Alexandria jumped up from her perch, visibly shaking, hands balled into fists. Her Joan Jett brown eyes now radiated a fiery red, like coals on a hot grate. That was when I knew we definitely had a pissed-off vampire on our hands.
Well, well, she hissed. It seems like the old adage is true. All work and no play makes Jack a very dull boy.
Then, Mike was mine, she shrieked. In the confines of the cavern, her scream reverberated like a thunderclap. I was in fear that it would be enough to bring the whole place down on top of us. One of the stalactites broke off and fell to the cavern floor. Then, with the sound still echoing down the corridor, she pointed her finger at me and said, ominously,
Well, Jack, you kicked me in the side yet again. I keep underestimating you, but it's the last time. And someone has to replace Mike. You do very nicely, Jack. You'll be my sex slave forever. Think about it, Jack. Until the end of time, you'll be my lackey, taking care of my every need. It's only fitting. And Stevie Boy here can be my scout, finding fresh meat for me amongst the beach crowd. I was planning to leave Los Angeles, to head south to those countries where people disappear every day with little notice. But now, I think I'll stay. And of course, I'll have to turn everyone in your families as well. That will be your ultimate punishment, Jack. Your mother, your sister, they will join you in everlasting servitude to me.
She then broke out in a wicked laugh that chilled me to the bone. That was enough for me. With my blood boiling, I pulled out my crucifix and the water pistol. Steve slung the water rifle to the ready. We advanced on Alexandria. I was going to cut off that bitch's head and enjoy every minute of it. After a few steps forward, Steve let off a burst of holy water. Alexandria moved like a cat, jumping down from her pedestal before the stream could reach her. We were too far away. Alexandria moved quickly over to a corner of the chamber. We had her trapped with her back towards the wall. In a few moments, we could blast her point blank with the water. Once that happened, she'd be immobilized. My rage was so intense, and my tunnel vision so complete, that I failed to realize that something as cunning as she, something that had survived for thousands of years, wouldn't have some kind of escape plan. The smile on her face should have been a warning, but I had her in my sights, and victory was at hand. My hubris was our undoing. Another step forward, and under my foot, I felt something depress, followed by an ominous loud click. It was just like in the movies, when some soldier fighting in the jungle steps on a landmine. I barely had enough time to realize my mistake when I was suddenly lifted up off the floor, smashing into Steve, our arms and legs becoming intertwined. It took a few seconds to realize what had happened. We were both in some kind of a snare net trap, a well-placed and well-disguised man-trap. Both Steve and I ended up dangling helplessly 10 feet in the air. The net was so small, probably designed for one person,
that we were compressed together so tightly it was hard to reach anything. My crucifix and water gun had flown out of my grasp, and now were at the bottom of the net, beyond my reach. We were compacted together so tightly that Steve was unable to bring up his water rifle that was trapped down at his side. We were, in effect, totally helpless. Alexandria cautiously approached the net, then determined we were immobilized. She let loose with a maniacal laugh.
Jack,
She cooed.
my pretty boy, you didn't stand a chance. I will never die, Jack. You should have realized that. It was a good game, and I enjoyed it. But the game is over now. Time for you to die. Don't worry. Soon you'll be at my side, ready to serve me.
With that, her incisors grew and extended forward. Suddenly, from the entrance to the chamber, something ran across the room and tackled Alexandria. The shape was a blur, but I heard Alexandria grunt hard as she was thrown to the floor. I heard her scream in pain, frustration, or anger. I couldn't be sure. The two rolled around on the cavern floor, clawing and fighting each other. Finally, they broke apart, and both staggered back. I couldn't believe my eyes. For a moment, I couldn't process what I was seeing. It was Bethany. How could that be? How did she get past Tom? Why was she here alone? She couldn't possibly take on Alexandria by herself. It was suicide. Before I could think further, I heard Alexandria scream and point her finger at Beth.
Ramnoisia, I thought that was you the other night. You finally tracked me down, eh? How long has it been? 400? 500 years?
I could hear Bethany calmly reply.
I just missed you after your mess at Hinterkaifeck. Yet another family you completely decimated for your own enjoyment. It ends now.
I could see Alexandria smirk, but not with her usual cocky self-assuredness. She looked like she was actually scared of Bethany. How could this be? I wondered. My mind was spinning. Why did Alexandria call Bethany Ramnoisia? That name was familiar, something from ancient mythology. In a now shaky voice, I heard Alexandria say, "You don't need to be involved in this, Ramnoisia. You could just leave. Let bygones be bygones. This human is my affair. He's mine." "No," Bethany replied. "You've done enough damage to mankind, Alexandria. You treat the earth like your personal playground, killing with absolute wantonness for your own physical gratification. You and your clan have brought such evil into the world. My sworn duty is to destroy you." With that, Bethany turns to look right at me, and she said, "Jack, I'm sorry it had to end this way. I so much enjoyed our life together. Please remember me, and know that I will always love you." As Bethany acknowledged me, I could see surprise and confusion flash across Alexandria's face. Then, to my horror, I watched as Bethany, the love of my life, stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Alexandria in a parody of a lover's embrace, and hurled herself into one of the bottomless crevices, dragging a screaming Alexandria along with her. The last thing I remember was screaming. I screamed and screamed until, at some point, I passed out in blessed oblivion. I don't know how long I was out, but my next cognizant thought was being lifted down from the net. Steve filled me in later that Tom, being the impatient man that he is, had finally decided to descend on his own to the lower cavern to search for us. Steve said it was a good thing he decided to do so, too, because there was no way he was able to cut through the nets on his own. As soon as I regained my senses, I pushed away from Tom to run over to the hole where Bethany had disappeared. Even with my light, all I could see was a black void. I yelled Bethany's name for minutes, tears streaming down my face. Eventually, Steve put his hand on my shoulder and simply said,
She's gone, Jack. I don't understand exactly how she knew Alexandria from the past, or what the relationship was, but she sacrificed herself for us. For you. I know that for damn sure. She saved our lives. Come on, man. Let's get the hell out of here.
The trek out of the cavern was a blur. When we emerged out of the birth canal, it was like being born again. The late afternoon sun was a welcome sight after the darkness of the cavern.
Do you feel that?
I asked Steve.
The Santa Anas, they've stopped blowing. After 2 weeks, the winds have stopped. It feels like an oppressive weight has been lifted off the city. It's because of Bethany. She saved the city as well.
Steve gave me a knowing smile.
I think you're right, bro. It feels like a new day. Come on, let's get you home.
Later that evening, I sat staring out my living room window, where Bethany and I used to enjoy the view of the San Fernando Mountains. Steve and Tom were in the other room, having mutually decided to not leave me alone. My sense of loss was devastating, but worse yet was my need to know who Bethany really was. I knew I would go insane if I didn't have any answers. I had a few clues, though. After our return, Tom made a few phone calls to his contacts in the law enforcement community, and after being linked up with Interpol in Europe, followed up on Bethany's reference to the mess at Hinterkaifeck. He discovered that Hinterkaifeck was a small Bavarian farmstead located about 43 miles north of Munich, Germany. On the night of March 31st, 1922, 5 members of the Gerber family and their maids were brutally murdered. The perpetrator used a mattock, or a pickaxe, to kill the victims. Evidence showed that the killer then lived with the corpses of the family for 3 days. The Hinterkaifeck murders, as they are known, are considered one of the most gruesome and puzzling unsolved crimes in German history. The case remained unsolved to this day. As I brought up my 8th, or was it my 9th, cold Henry Weinhardt's to my lips, I mulled over this information. Obviously, Alexandria must have been at the Hinterkaifeck farm that fateful day in 1922. It would have been just like her to massacre an entire family for the hell of it. But what of Bethany's revelation that she had just missed Alexandria at Hinterkaifeck? That was 58 years ago. Bethany, my Beth, was only 20 years old. Or was she? Before our local library closed, Steve made a trip to do some research. He found out that Ramnausia, the name Alexandria had called Bethany, was the name for the Greek goddess of vengeful fate, rightful retribution, or revenge, more commonly called Nemesis. Nemesis had a rogue translation of to give what is due, from Greek language and dialect to English. Nemesis is usually depicted as having angel-like wings and holding a sword, but in some images, she can be seen holding a balance, scales, or measuring rods. Greek mythology, Nemesis, or Ramnausia, is the goddess who enacts retribution against those who succumb to hubris or arrogance before the gods. I took a shot of peppermint schnapps and chased it with the beer. I was getting drunk, but I felt I was getting close to something. If Bethany was indeed alive in 1922, was she then immortal? Was she actually Ramnausia, a goddess, or was it just simply a name? Whatever she was, she felt like flesh and blood. And she could love. One could say if Alexandria represented evil, then Bethany was the good in a person. It now seemed obvious that she had a mission to find and kill Alexandria, and had been pursuing her for years. It now made sense why she had such a vast knowledge of vampirism and how they could be destroyed. The encounter between the two were like a showdown between good and evil, and in this case, the good prevailed. Good defeated evil, but at what cost? Why did she have to sacrifice herself? Why did she have to die? Why, I thought selfishly, did she have to leave me? One question nagged at the back of my mind more than any other. If Bethany was pursuing Alexandria, then why did she let me, Steve, and Schmidt face her alone? Why did she give us the tips on how to kill her, and even give us the knife, rather than do it herself? That is, until the end, when she came to our rescue. I finished the Henrys and started to get up to get another. As I moved, my foot kicked against something. I looked down, and there was the little wooden chest that Bethany had brought, the one that contained the vampire killing knife. I reached down and picked it up.
The other night we were more focused on the knife, and I hadn't the chance to take a closer inspection of the chest itself.
It was definitely made of some ancient wood, light yet strong, and very smooth from no doubt centuries of wear. The lid had a unique grain to the wood as well. It almost seemed to form an image. Then I saw it. Of course, I thought. The wood grain of the lid wasn't natural, but rather, it formed an image I knew only too well. That of a hibiscus flower superimposed over two crossed daggers. Bethany's tattoo. I still had the knife, so I went over to my backpack to get it. Once in hand, I opened the lid of the chest to put the knife back inside. There, sitting on the pink velvet, was a note. I knew it hadn't been there the night before, when Beth took the knife out. I picked it up and unfolded it. It was in Bethany's own handwriting, and read,
Jack, my love, if you're reading this, then something has happened to me. I want you to know, first and foremost, that you have been the only good thing to happen to me in my rather joyless existence. I hope when you read this, Alexandria is also dead, as that was my goal. She and I go way back. She is much older than me, as I wasn't turned until the year 1624 in Jamestown, what was then the colony of Virginia. Yes, Jack, I am also a Homo Nosferatu Vampyrus. Didn't you ever wonder, during all the time we were together, why my school and classes did not allow me to see you during the day? I always arrived in the evening and left before dawn. However, I am nothing like Alexandria and her kind. My clan is dedicated to live amongst the human race, in coexistence and peace. There are more of us than you can imagine. We have been charged with rooting out and destroying those of the vampire clan which we call Vampyr Mortis, enclaved mostly in Europe and Asia, that kill and feed on the human race. In recent decades, my clan has noticed more of the Mortis vampires setting up nests in America, where they are increasingly killing humans with wanton disregard. My clan leaders charged me, and some select others, with hunting them down. The worst of them being Alexandria. Her history is centuries long, leaving a trail of death and destruction from the Mediterranean through Germany, France, the UK, and now, finally, to America. Through the centuries, to aid us, tracking down and killing the vampires, we have also enlisted the aid of your fellow humans. Only those with the inherent goodness of soul, purity of character, and strength of resolve are chosen. You, Jack, have these qualities. I have noticed it very early on in our relationship. Believe me, it was pure coincidence that Alexandria chose Mike. She had no idea about the relationship between you and I. But once she ensnared him, your love and loyalty for Mike,
and the fire in your belly to fight the evil that was Alexandria was final proof to me that you are one of the chosen ones. I decided to give you some of the tools necessary for your vengeance, but not to get in your way. You have to do it yourself, Jack. I resolved to only step in if your life was in immediate danger. If you are reading this because I am dead, Jack, please do not grieve for me. Instead, you must carry on in my place. It is your destiny now, Jack. Honor me by continuing to pursue the Vampyre Mortis. There are enclaves throughout the country. You will see the signs. You will be contacted by other vampire hunters of my clan. They all have their own distinctive mark or tattoo over crossed daggers. Mine is the hibiscus flower. If in doubt, look for the mark. Please remember, I always did love you, Jack. I had planned to tell you the truth about me, but I admit I was scared of what you would have thought of me, and whether you would have accepted what I truly am. Please forgive me. Love, Bethany. As tears rolled down my face, I put Bethany's letter back in the box. After a few minutes of contemplation, I stood up and walked into the other room. When Steve and Tom looked at me, I simply said, "Gentlemen, we have a lot of work to do." That was 40 years ago, and I'm a much older man now. A lot of water has gone under the bridge. I still love my rock and roll, and I'm a firm believer that Mr. Mojo Horizon's going to return someday. After the 4th of November 1981, I never listened to Joan Jett again. And although it's hard to believe, in recent years I've actually taken a liking to the old disco songs. Maybe it's nostalgia, the memories of simpler times. I still love my peppermint schnapps with a beer chaser, but sadly, Henry Weinhardt's original brewery went out of business in 1999. I was married once, but it didn't last long. My wife couldn't put up with my, unorthodox lifestyle. And in all fairness to her, my heart just wasn't in it. I think a piece of my ability to love fell into that same pit as Bethany all those years ago. I dedicated my life to hunting down the Vampyre Mortis, trying my best to honor Bethany's legacy and her last wishes, as well as to avenge the death of my childhood friends. Steve remained at my side, always my best confidant and supporter. Tom took early retirement from the police department and took on the role of researching unexplained disappearances and murders that provided leads to the Mortis enclaves. Over the decades, we tracked down members of the Mortis clan all throughout North and South America. We had many victories, although, as with all things, some losses. I've decided to chronicle these hunts in future diary entries. They need to be recorded for posterity, and to serve as a warning to those who scoff at the idea that vampires really do walk among us. This is where my current story would end, except for an event that happened to me just yesterday, and I was still putting these thoughts on paper. I've been residing in northern Michigan for a few months, since our last encounter with the Mortis. I've been enjoying the solitude of Lake Michigan from a small rented cottage on a strip of beach near the small township of Glen Arbor. The cottage came with a powerful telescope on the deck overlooking the lake. I sometimes used it to get a closer look at the boats that would pass by, or to admire the night sky. Yesterday, by happenstance, I was sitting on the deck close to midnight, enjoying the lake breeze with a glass of schnapps. I noticed a small sailboat, or schooner, drifting lazily out on the sea. It was unusual to see a boat out on the water so late at night. I looked through the scope, and with the help of the bright moonlight, I could make out the name of the boat. The Chippewa. A light from the cabin illuminated a young girl, maybe around 20. She was standing on the deck, seemingly looking towards the shore. She wore what looked like a wide-brim Panama hat, so I couldn't see the details of her face. But I could see she had long blonde hair and a lean and athletic figure. She was wearing a light-colored bikini top, revealing a flat and toned stomach, and cut-off denim blue jeans, showing off her long and slim legs. She was a real looker, and even at my age, I can appreciate a pretty girl. As I kept looking, she turned back towards the cabin. There, above her right shoulder blade, was a pink hibiscus flower lying atop 2 crossed daggers.